That's nice.
So we're just going to tell them that not to publish.
Sure. No, no, they're not going to publish.
Good evening. I would now like to bring the meeting of the Riverside Unified School District Board to order. To begin with tonight, we're going to have a Pledge of Allegiance given by Ashton Silva, a sixth grader at Alcott Elementary School. Ashton, will you come on up? And you pulled that microphone down and ready to start.
Everybody please stand. Face the flag. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like to introduce my family. My dad, Casey Silva, my mom, Charla Silva, my older brother, Brennan Silva, and my little brother, Jackson Silva.
Thank you. Ashton, stay there for a minute. I wanted to read a little bit about Ashton. Ashton Silva is Student Council Class President at Alcott Elementary School. He is a perfect role model for all students at Alcott. He practices scholarly habits every minute, every day, and is always ready to serve as a student leader in and outside of class. He is a poised, confident, funny, and kind young man. Not only is he fair, encouraging, and positive, but he works hard and his integrity is contagious. Staff and students alike appreciate his generous spirit and his student leadership. So, congratulations. It seems like, if you'll recall at the last meeting, we took a moment of silence to remember the situation in Paris, and it's just one meeting later that we now have to acknowledge what has happened in San Bernardino. With that, we're going to have the Poly Ensemble perform Irish Blessing, directed by Kristen Walton, in memory of the innocent victims impacted by the senseless act of violence that occurred on Wednesday, December 2nd at the Inland Regional Center in San Bernardino. Thank you. Thank you, Polly. That was very fitting and a nice, moving tribute. We appreciate you coming. Just beautiful. And now we have a bit of a treat for you. The Frank Augustus Miller Middle School Advanced Band will perform for the Board of Education, directed by Paul Salyers. That's fantastic. Another round of applause for the Frank Augustus Miller Middle School. You know, it's only my personal belief that when you talk about things that you feel good about in this country, I always have to probably list a school band. There's nothing that makes me feel better than a school band. So we're now at a very important part of our meeting tonight, and that is the administration of the oath of office. Dr. Hanson, would you like to take it from here?
Thank you, Madam President. It is indeed an exciting evening as we have three new, well, not three new, but two continuing board members who have been chosen by the community to continue to represent them on the school board. And we have one new board member that's coming to join us. And we've invited our Supervisor John Tavallone to administer the oath of office. And so, John, if you'd like to come forward, and if the board members would like to come down and stand right in front of the dais, but in front of the podium facing Supervisor Tavallone.
We're going to do this individually or as a group? Good. Well, let me just say first what an honor it is for me to administer the oath of office to all three of you. I've known Patricia and Tom for many, many years, and Dr. Farouk was on my youth council 15 years ago while a student in a junior at Harupa Valley High School, I believe it was. So I'm very proud of you, Dr. Farouk. So please repeat after me and state your names after I say the word I, and we'll try to confuse all of it when you say your name. I do solemnly swear and affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter. Congratulations to each of you. Enjoy your next 4 years. And this is my elementary school, by the way.
Is it really? I didn't know that.
We found your name scratched on a disc.
Here's some gum.
He's quick.
Thanks for coming.
And now we're going to have a short break. The board is going to adjourn to closed session, and we will reconvene here at 6:30. Thank you so much. Oh, there's a reception. There's some, yes, out here for anyone, refreshments and goodies.
Okay.
I'm sorry we're a few minutes late. Thank you for being patient with us. While we were in closed session, the board voted unanimously to hire Miss Natanya Johnson for the position of assistant principal at at Franklin Elementary School tonight in closed session. Is Natanya here? Natanya, yay!
Natanya, you can remain standing. It's my privilege to introduce Natanya. Many of us know her, but I'll introduce her to us anyway. Ms. Johnson received her bachelor's in business administration from Loyola Marymount University in Los Angeles. She also has a master's in education administration and special education from California State University, San Bernardino. Ms. Natanya Johnson started her career in Los Angeles teaching 6th grade in 1996. And in 2001, she joined Riverside Unified Teaching Resource at Magnolia Elementary School. In 2005, she became an assistant principal, and for the next 5 years until a unique position was designed, and she was then appointed to the Individual Education Plan Facilitator. Currently, Natanya is a program specialist in our special ed department, and she is excited to return to the school site, as Ms. Alavi mentioned, an assistant principal at Ben Franklin Elementary. So welcome and congratulations, Natanya.
And now, because this is our once-a-year organizational meeting, I'm now going to turn the meeting over to Dr. Hanson, who's going to officiate over our board election.
Thank you, Mrs. Alavi. As mentioned, at this time, I'll preside in conducting the elections for the office of president. Would any board members like to make a nomination at this time for the office of president?
I'd like to, I motion to nominate Mr. Tom Hunt.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second to that motion? Second. Thank you, Angelo, and thank you, Patricia. Are there any further nominations? Hearing no further nominations, Angelo nominated and Patricia seconded. All in favor for Mr. Tom Hunt as board president? Congratulations, Mr. Hunt. At this time, I believe that, I don't know if we're actually physically going to switch. I think we should probably physically switch.
We'll sit here for right now. Just
Okay.
Thank you very much, and look forward to it. Let's move to the next item, though. I will take nominations for Vice President of the RUSD Board. Do I have a nomination for Vice President?
I'll nominate.
Mrs. Lock-Dawson?
I'd like to nominate Mr. Lee, please.
I have a nomination for Mr. Lee. Is there a second for Mr. Lee for Vice President?
I'll second that.
That's Mrs. Alavi. Do I have any other nominations? Hearing none, I'll close the nominations and ask you to vote. For the nomination of Mr. Brent Lee as Vice President of the Board. All right, that's approved. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Congratulations.
Yeah.
I'll tell you where to show up and all that sort of stuff in this funeral and let you know. So. All right, and then for the all-important position of the clerk, who works closely on all our documentation, do I have a nomination for the clerk for 2016?
I would like to nominate Mrs. Lock-Dawson.
Mrs. Alavi, thank you. Mrs. Alavi nominates Mrs. Lock-Dawson. Do I have a second on that nomination? Dr. Farouk, are there any other nominations for the clerk? Hearing none, I'll close that and ask you to vote on the nomination of Mrs. Lock-Dawson for clerk. Congratulations, Ms. Lock-Dawson. That closes the... We have a delegate to the County Committee on School District Organization. Would you remind me what that is, Dr. Hanson? Should have read my packet better.
I'm going to need some help. Cheryl? Mays? Yeah, would you please?
So this is the committee that makes decisions on the changes in boundaries for school districts. If a district would like a territory from another district, you become a delegate on that committee and you make recommendations to the committee.
Thank you. You know, a few years ago, I mentioned to my colleagues that I noticed that other districts were nominating members and placing members of their own board, and they were doing that to protect their boundaries. So I'd like to take nominations, I would hope from,
Point of order. Who is serving on that now?
I don't
Do
think
know
we put anybody.
Who is serving on that now? Mrs. Lock Dawson, have you met? No, never once. Okay.
gotten any communication regarding
Okay. Just was wondering.
My understanding is that anything when they do their trustee areas, you're supposed to be there to vote on it. So whoever we nominate, we make sure, Beth, that they get hooked up. So I'll take nominations for our delegate to the County Committee on School District Reorganization. I'd like to ask Mrs. Lock Dawson if she would like to continue in that arduous job.
I will, if they will contact me. I would like to, I'd be happy to serve.
I'll second that.
Second, all right. Any other nominations? Hearing none, I'll close the nominations and ask for approval of Mrs. Lock Dawson as our county delegate. Very good. Yes, ma'am. All right.
Mr. Hunt, you have to vote.
So
Thank you.
don't go far away, Mrs. Alvey. All right. Very good. Before we move on to selection of days, type, and our calendar and all, I'd like us to take the opportunity now to, is Beth Yeager here? No, okay. To recognize Kathy Alvey for her term this year, which has been a challenging year. It's, and one that I think she did in typical Kathy Alvey style with grace and a lot of charm and the respect we give her as board members, as our president. And so on behalf of the board, Kathy, and your cabinet as well, we'd like to present you with something that the kids at Ramona put together for you.
Oh, my goodness. That's beautiful.
Let's get a
Take a
picture.
All right. All right, board, come on.
That's very cool.
I got 5 commandments. What do you guys think?
Thank you, everybody. That is wonderful. I do.
That's beautiful.
It is kind of heavy.
And now I'd like to give the floor over to Mrs. Alvey. I talked to her the other day about doing her Eisenhower speech. Remember when he went out, the man that had been the greatest general in the modern time reminded us to beware of the military-industrial complex. What is the things that he saw as president that were good and also that were facing us in the future? So, Mrs. Alvey, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm not sure how closely to Eisenhower this is going to be, but I do have a few reflections of the past year. We've worked so hard as a district, teachers, all staff, all administration, and the Board of Education. But you have to realize that our governance team is still forming. We celebrate passing the 1-year anniversary with our no longer new superintendent, Dr. David Hanson, and have added new members to our administration that have greatly added to the efficiency and efficacy of our district. And we have long since asked for more transparency in the district, and I think we are finally getting there. And we've made all the steps necessary to do that with the addition of Mays Kakish, who we welcome, as well as many, many new additions to administration, and we welcome everybody. Financially, of course, we are in a much better position, as you will hear later on tonight at the interim report. The state's local control funding formula has returned not all, but some of the funds that we've been lacking since the recession, and so we have been returning resources to programs over the last year. This year also sees the start of our second year of our LCAP process. That's our Local Control Accountability Plan. And with it, we've started taking steps to fulfill the plan, such as reducing class size, adding elementary assistant principals, adding counselors, adding campus supervisors, creating our VAPA plan, that's visual and performing arts, writing grants and creating a plan for personalized learning, and adding our new Parent Resource Center, which is right across the parking lot right over there, as well as helping all of our extracurricular and co-curricular programs, giving more money to our bands, our choirs, and supporting our Schools Plus 2 program with New Hero software for the activities directors. And these are certainly just a few of those things that we've been working on this past year. So I'm proud that along with Dr. Hansen and RCTA President Tim Martin and CSEA President Dan Rude, that we were able to make so much headway at our conference this August, in which we set up new methods of communication and interaction between all employees. I know that it will bode well as we move into future negotiations. We also held a huge professional development day designed in partnership with our teachers, and we hope that that's a trend for the future, a sort of new cohesive look at the way teachers can help guide their own professional development, which is special. We visited the CART Center, that's the Center for Advanced Research and Technology, which is a shared 75,000 square foot facility between Fresno and Clovis Unified School Districts that offers 4 clusters of career-specific labs and classes. And it definitely showed us what model of what communities are able to do when they work together to create career tech opportunities for their students. And what I'm hoping is that Riverside can also be an example of this, and I hope we keep working for common ground with our neighboring school districts. Finally, among all the wonderful accomplishments, of which there have been so many that have happened this year, the MOUs with RCC and UCR stand out as a source of pride. Our negotiations with these 2 institutions look promising as we create more high school to college programs and create the true vision of what a high school campus on UCR might look like. I believe this will put Riverside and RUSD on the national map when it comes to innovative programming. And I want to thank everybody on the board for your confidence in letting me take the reins during a busy election year. And I truly appreciate your support from everybody, and staff. You've been wonderful to me. So thank you very much. And I love my mosaic. Thank you very much.
Give us a moment. We're going to play musical chairs.
Okay.
Mrs. Lock-Dawson, will you go down there? Ms. Albee, we'll give you the choice of what end you want to sit on. Okay, Mr. Farouk, you need to move. You're the rookie. You get to move all the way down here. Okay. And Mr. Lee, we're in the VP spot.
Am I switching with Brampton?
I think we need to, yeah, thank you.
Hola.
Okay.
Need some help?
Yeah, thank you. All righty. Mr. Brown? Gracias. You ready? All right. Our next item is the selection of day, dates, times, and locations of a regular board meeting. If you'll turn to page 3 in your packet, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Hanson to propose these dates and explain. Dr. Hanson?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hunt. If you do look underneath the first section, the annual organization meeting, your first tab, and turn to page 3, you're going to see for the year 2016 all the board meetings, study sessions that are listed there. There's a few things that we've highlighted that the board certainly can have discussion on. The first one, I do know that our typical, up to this point, our closed sessions have started at 4:30, and our regular board meetings have started at 5:30. There's been discussions of not being so rushed in closed session and start perhaps regular board meetings at 6 o'clock. Or we can continue them at 5:30. It's certainly up for discussion for the board to have that this evening. And then once you decide that, then you can see the calendar in front of you. At the bottom, we have taken and we've looked in the calendar as the board has requested in the past for special recognitions, holidays, religious accommodations, things such as that. And so you can see that in October, our October 10th meeting would be on the second Monday. And then you can see, or there's in the study session on the 24th, or you can see on October the 3rd and October the 17th and those type of things. And so you need to have some discussions as a board this evening walking through this before you take action to adopt the 2016 Board of Education meetings.
All right. Do I have any discussions? Ms. Zalaby, thank you.
Thank you. I believe that we should, in speaking towards the October meetings, I believe we should go for the 10th and the 24th. I was looking, the Rosh Hashanah days that start on Sunday night are actually 3 consecutive days, and I think it would be considerate of us not to have a meeting on that particular night for any public people that might want to come who are participating. I think it would be easier for us to keep the 10th and the 24th. But I don't understand the reasoning for the November dates. What is the option? I mean, why are those in contention? Is there a holiday there that we're trying to avoid?
Thank you, Mrs. Alavey. If you look at November the 21st, that particular study session falls during the Thanksgiving break. And so if we want to just keep consistent, you can see there that the November 1st is the first Tuesday, and November 14th
So it's
is
just
the
because
second
of the
Monday.
holiday break?
Correct.
I got it. Okay.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. I would agree with Mrs. Alaby's suggestions to observe those holidays. And I'd also agree that we should push back our regular meetings to 6 p.m. As evidenced today, we thought we'd get out of there in 30 minutes, and again, we ran late. And I don't think it's fair to the audience to allow them to wait, and nor for us to be rushed. So I think it would be helpful to push the meetings back till 6.
All right. I have no more comments. Can I have a motion, or would that be in a form of motion, Mr. Lee?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to hold our regular meetings at 6 p.m. and the staff recommendations on the right column for the proposed dates that are highlighted, October 3rd, October 17th, November 7th, and November 21st.
I have a motion for this. Is there a second?
Point of order. I think you mean the other way around.
The left column.
The left column.
The left
Yes.
column.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, good. All right. With that, I will second it.
Thank you, Mrs. Alavey. We have a proposal on that. All in favor, please signify by voting your preference. And that carries full. Our next item will be just ask you, Mr. Lee, to look at this as well, that are recommended that December 5th will be our annual organization meeting, much like today. As you know, the law says we have to do that within the first week of December. This is item number 4.
Move to approve.
Okay. Do you have a second? All right, Mr. Lock-Dawson, thank you. All right, that is now approved. Dr. Hanson, we have certification of authorized signatures. Do we need to do that right? Why don't you explain to us who those will be now?
And so if you look at page 4, following that, you can see this is the signed orders drawn on funds of the district, and the signed notices of employment. What's different from last year this year is we've updated the new board president, vice president, just guessing this evening, and also our chief business officer has been updated. and things such as that. And so those are the, would need to write on the left-hand side who the new board president is, vice clerk, and then you take action on that this evening.
All right. Can we do that with understanding of the elections we've had tonight? They would apply to this. Can I hear a motion for that?
I will so move.
Thank you, Ms. Alvey. Second? Okay, I'll put that up for vote. All in favor? Or vote as you will. Okay, that carries. So at the end of this meeting, we'll add all those, Dr. Hanson?
Correct.
All right. We're going to recess the public session right now and convene the Board of Directors of the Riverside Unified School District's Finance Authority annual meeting. And here we have a resolution. Now, I will be taking any public I should have said this before, and I'm remiss in not doing that. We do have public comment time on our agenda, but any member of the audience that would like to speak to an item on the particular item on the agenda that is not to be covered in your own public comment, there are cards in the back there with Beth, Ms. Martin. Fill them out and bring them up here, and I will call on you to speak. I didn't do that announcement before, so is there anyone wishing to speak on this resolution, on this public hearing? Okay, I'll ask again after the staff reports. Go ahead, Dr. Hanson.
So you open up the Community Board of Directors of Riverside Unified School District Financing Authority, and it's necessary, as it says in resolution number 1, for the board to take action on the Article 3 of the Riverside Financing Authority. And if you look in your agenda, pages 7 and 8, in accordance with the bylaws of the joint exercise of powers of agreement, the Board of Directors shall designate the officers as employees of the Riverside Unified District. And we're asking to take action on that this evening. Mays, would you like to speak to this any? Do you have anything to add to this, Mays?
I think this is routine to update the chief business official to be the secretary for those meetings.
All right, so I'm looking for a motion that will simply, as we did in the last one, fill in these new electees into this our financing authority. Ms. Zalavi, would you make that motion?
I will make that motion that we accept the current officers in those roles.
All right, do I have a second to Mrs. Zalavi's motion? Second. Thank you, Mrs. Lockdoss. All in favor? Are all voting, please? Thank you. That would carry.
Then you need to adjourn that meeting and then reopen the...
All right. I'm adjourn that meeting and reconvene the public session. And our first item is a presentation, a recognition of the...
Actually,
huh?
Mr. Hunt.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'm back on page 4. And if you see now, we need to convene the Board of Directors for the Riverside Unified School District Facilities Corporation annual meeting. Very similar.
Yes.
I think it's updating the current chairman's Kathy Alvey, vice chairman's Tom Hunt. It would be updating for the with the new board president and vice president.
And the new financial officer.
Correct.
Okay, so I'll make the motion that the chairman, we would update this to be the chairman is Mr. Hunt, the vice chairman is Mr. Lee, the chief financial officer is Ms. Mays Kadish, and Ms. Kadish, and the secretary is Trustee Patricia Lockdasha. I move that. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Zalavi. Please vote accordingly. All right, that all covered. Apologize. Thank you. Reconvene the public session now. Thank you, Dr. Hanson, for that. We're going to recognize the Riverside Poly High School Solar Cup team. The Western Municipal Water District will present a check to the Riverside Poly's high school for the team's participation in this upcoming and exciting competition. Sir, welcome.
Thank you, Tom Evans, a member of the Board of Directors of Western Municipal Water District. On behalf of actually Metropolitan Water District, of which Western is one of the members, throughout Southern California, Metropolitan has had a program over the last 10 to 12 years of reinforcing the concept of STEM. Certainly, the Riverside Unified School District has embraced science, technology, engineering, and math programs in a big way. Metropolitan, Western, also embraces those concepts. And so the Solar Cup program is designed to allow students to have a real-world experience with building a boat powered by the sun, and the teamwork associated with creating that. And last year, Poly High entered for the first time and was successful. And I guess, well, I don't know what your process might be here, but you want to invite the people up here who are part of that, who have chosen to compete again with the Solar Cup program. And all of you are invited to, in May, to the actual event. It takes place at Lake Skinner in not far from here, so you might want to go down on one of those days and cheer on your team. But you want to introduce your team?
With me tonight is Natalie.
Would you state your name for the record, sir?
Oh, sorry. I'm Greg Aniel. I'm the teacher in charge of the Solar Cup at Poly High School. With me tonight is the president of the club, Natalie Jones, and our ASB representative, Jorge. Carry on. Thank you. Jorge, carry on. Not the entirety of the club. There's many more members we have, but these are the two who are able to make it tonight.
Very good. Would you like to say something, Madam President, about what your club does and how they got started and what your hopes are?
Okay. Hi, I'm Natalie Jones. I'm the founder and president of Solar Cup at our school. Our club just focuses on teamwork through building a solar-powered boat. I actually used to attend the Solar Cup program when I was younger with my dad, and when I started high school, my junior year, I decided I wanted to bring it to Poly. And it has been such an incredible experience to be able to work with my friends and putting this time and effort to build something that we can like race against other people and see just our work. And last year was amazing doing that for our first time. We actually ranked in like the top 10 overall, and we got third place in the endurance race, which is really good since we were a rookie team. We also won hottest boat, which was awesome. And I'm just really looking forward to competing again this year. And so yes, thank you for all you guys' support.
Mrs. Alavi, did you have a question?
No.
Oh, okay. Then, all right. Young man, you dressed very well tonight. Is there anything you'd like to say on behalf of the ASB?
Well,
Since you represent all the students, state your name.
well, hi, my name is Jorge Carrion, but I actually just represent the club on the school-wide scale. So,
All right.
yeah,
This is not a manned boat, is it? This is a...
Oh yeah,
It is a manned boat.
It's
A manned boat.
16-foot solar-powered boat.
yeah.
There is a pilot who sits in the boat.
Yeah.
So one skipper. Yeah.
You're the pilot?
And
All
the
right,
skipper.
very good. Well, Director Evans, your floor again.
Well, we have the famous or infamous symbolic check. You already have the money, actually. So if we could present this to the team, maybe take a picture. And we'll
That's
Please.
great. That's
Please.
great.
Well, thank you so much. Yeah, can the board join you?
Oh
Is that
yeah.
all right? All right, let's go all down.
You're in charge. It's your place. Do anything you want.
Get on his Instagram. Hello.
Mays, can you get that check down to the bank real quick, just see if it'll double cash? Who knows? I'm going to say solar. What's the name of your boat? What do you guys?
It's called.
We're going with the Sea Bear this year.
Sea Bear.
Sea Bear.
Yeah.
Well, he has a picture of last year's boat.
Yeah.
with it.
Oh, let's see.
Here we go.
Oh yes,
Here we
this
go.
is
Oh, thank you.
that was our whole team from last year. This one was for them, but we can make you one if you would like one.
Let me show you.
I got to send this off to Dr.
Where is Rob? Okay, good answer. Covered, Mr. Rowe.
Thank you so much.
Kathy? Okay. All right, Seabear. Thank you, Polly. Before I go to our high school representatives, I noticed we have some members of the Boy Scouts with us tonight. Are you observing? If you want to tell us?
So can I just jump in here?
Yeah, please.
I'd like to introduce my wife, Diane Hansen, if you'd stand up. And those are young men from the troop up in the Orange Crest area, and they're working on their communications merit badge this evening, and one of the requirements is to observe a public board meeting, and they chose to came to the school board. I have no idea why they would choose to come to the school board, but they chose to come to the school board. So that's who's back there.
Thank you, Dr. Hansen. Well, you be sure to tell us how we did afterwards, will you? If they got their badge or not. I don't want to hold any kids back, so that's great. Thank you. So we're going to move to Section B. B1 is our high school representatives. Each high school has a representative that reports to the board, and we're going to start with Riverside Polytechnic High School's Madeline Tovar. Good evening, Madeline.
Good evening, Miss. I'm addressing you now. Just
Yeah, I'm in
weird.
charge now. So
I know. It's weird. Good evening. Well, I was like, I had it like Madam President Alvey, and I had to like quickly change it.
Go ahead. You can go with it this week if it helps. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. President Hunt, Dr. Hansen, and other members of the board. I'm Madeline Tovar, and I will be representing Riverside Poly High School tonight. Oh, I'm going to move this over here. Polly's very own chamber singers participated in the Disney Candlelight this past weekend, Sunday, December 6th. Out of the 125 schools that auditioned, only 30 were chosen to perform at this event. Polly was the only choir in the RUSD district to participate in the Candlelight. Heroes Tracking. Polly has implemented the Heroes Tracking system. This helps track involvement in student athletics, co-curricular activities, club attendance, as well as other events. 50% of the students at Polly are involved in one activity on campus, and 300 students are involved in 2 activities. Link Crew Conference. Link Crew leaders from 9 different schools were invited by Polly to participate in a Link Leader conference at Polly. The 9 different schools were not from the Riverside area. The conference was geared to improving the Link Leaders' leadership skills, as well as figuring out ways to get freshmen involved and helping the freshmen with time management skills. Polly's ASB is currently gearing up for the Winter Assembly for next Tuesday, December 15th. The theme for the assembly is The Wizard of Oz. The assembly will be getting people excited for the Midwinter Dance on January 22nd. Football made it to fall sports. Football made it to the first round of CIF. Girls cross country made league champs, and a few individuals from team made CIF. Boys cross country individuals went to CIF. Girls tennis won league champs and made it to CIF. Girls golf were a league champs team and individual CIF. Boys water polo league champs and made it to the second round of CIF. Girls volleyball were co-league champs and made it to the first round of CIF. That concludes my report. If there are any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Do you have any questions here? I have a question for you, and I'm going to ask it of you and your colleagues when they come up. The world's troubles have landed on our doorstep close in San Bernardino last week. And so on your own campuses, which we as a board want to be sure they're safe and you have an environment of learning, but just share with us from the students' point of view, if you could, what was talked about, what the feelings of the young people are about San Bernardino and that sort of thing, if you could.
I know for me that it was like really hard because I have a hard time with like any of sort of those situations, so it makes me like really nervous getting onto campus and stuff. And like with the robbery that just happened at the Tyler Mall, that was also very scary. So it's just kind of puts in perspective like what can happen.
Yes, ma'am. Do you feel safe on your campus? Poly campus?
Yeah, there's some times where I feel safe, and then sometimes I'm like, oh, like where can I like find my escape route or something like that if something like that were to happen.
Okay. Well, if there's anything we can do as a board that could help that, you represent your students at your campus to us, so we're looking and relying on you to give us that kind of information. I'm sure you meet with Dr. Hansen periodically as well, so
yeah,
that'd be great. Madeline, thank you for your report. Appreciate it. Next up is Alexander Silva from Ramona High School, Ramona Rams.
Good evening, Mr. President Hunt, Dr. Hanson, and members of the board. My name is Alexander Silva, and I'm the school board representative for Ramona High School. Not recently, this was a little bit while back. Club Rush was on October 16th, and with you, you have pamphlets from our Club Rush that I provided, and it displays all the clubs that we had in the gym, and through this activity, we were able to have the clubs interact with the entire student body, and many clubs were able to recruit more members to their clubs and increase school participation overall. Additionally, we had a large band competition in Las Vegas on October 16th to 18th. We placed first overall in our division, and additionally, we held the SWIRT Southwestern Regional Tournament on November 14th on our campus with over 30 schools participating from all over Southern California. And our own band also participated and performed during our exhibition. And our Riverside Arts Magnet program, which has another pamphlet in there, I believe, has 130 members with 157 additional students being recommended to join. So hopefully with this upcoming Wednesday, we'll have over 200 students in the Arts Magnet program. And our largest upcoming performance is the Ramona Holiday on December 11th at 7 p.m., which will feature our guitar, piano, dance, theater, choir, and percussion chamber ensembles, which I would like to invite the board members to attend. And our girls tennis and girls golf teams were league champions, and Ramona football had an incredible record at the end of the season with 8-3, our best record in over 20 years. And we also made the first round of CIF. And in response to Tom Hunt's question from the previous meeting, in order to receive the ram horns on the helmet, the player had to perform something extraordinary for the overall benefit of the team. So in this case, it would be doing something beneficial for the team, as such, executing a crucial play during a particular moment throughout the activity. And our competition cheer is starting soon. There was a small cheer clinic held on December 1st in order to introduce the sports to new participants such as I, and there will be tryouts December 12th in our stadium. Ramona is also co-hosting the Kiwanis basketball tournament with Arlington and Poly on December 9th, and our USB Link Crew and R Kappa leaders attended the Jostens Care Conference on October 28th, and additionally, our USB attended the CATA Leadership Conference on November 22nd and 23rd, and I know our leaders are very excited to implement the new ideas that we garnered from these conferences. And we also held the Honor Roll Ice Cream Social and Perfect Attendance Lunch on November 17th and 19th, respectively. Both events were in order to reward students for their exemplary behavior and incentivize them to continue to do so. And also, lastly, we had our Ram Pride Assembly, which was held on November 20th, and this recognized the performing arts and student achievements such as top 10 and inspirational students. Are there any questions or comments that I may be able to help address or answer?
I don't see anyone. How about answering my thought about San Bernardino and just what you felt among your fellow students at Ramona High School?
Well, with the San Bernardino incident, I know I myself was particularly terrified because I had family that was very close to where it actually happened. So my immediate thought was towards my family and not necessarily about my own safety, because I cared more for the people that were actually involved with the incident. But I know on campus, I trust our campus supervisors to actually keep us safe, because I know most of them and I trust them completely to help protect us if anything does happen. And I know that they'll do everything in their power to do everything they can for us.
Thank you, Mr. Silva. We
No
appreciate
problem.
your report, I know.
Thank you.
All right, next is Sophia Batista from Riverside STEM Academy. Hello, Sophia.
Hi.
What year are you, Sophia? You're 11th grader?
Yeah, 11th
Or a
grade.
junior?
Okay, so Mr. President Hunt, Dr. Hanson, and members of the board, my name is Sophia Bautista, and I'm here representing the Riverside STEM Academy again. So as the end of our first semester of our 2015-2016 school year at the Riverside STEM Academy quickly approaches, there is much to report since our last update in October. So in November, we had CSF, or California Scholarship Federation, approve a new chapter for our school. There are about 30 students in CSF, and since we just started CSF this year, we were approved to go retro, so juniors can qualify to be a seal bearer, which is basically just a person who has had membership for 4 years. And then in order for students to receive information about CSF and other things happening on campus, many groups have made Instagrams for their clubs. So these pages like help students remember about upcoming events, share moments from events they may have missed, and give input and ideas for other possible events. So the Instagrams we have on campus now currently include Associated Student Body, Speech and Debate, United Awareness Society, and Science Olympiad and CSF. So the Instagram has been especially helpful to ASB to remind people about fundraisers. So the upcoming fundraisers we have is Yogurtland on December 14th, where they sell us frozen yogurt cups for $2, and then we sell them to the students for $4. Active Socks on December 11th, so Active comes to our school and sells socks.
You have a 100% markup on your yogurt?
Huh?
You have a 100% markup on your yogurt. That's all right.
Active comes to our school and sells socks for $7, and then we get $2 for every pair of socks. On December 12th, we're doing a fundraiser at Cellar Door Books, so our students go and wrap the books as gifts for the customers, and then we get some of the profit from that day. And then throughout December, we have been doing a Bead for Life fundraiser, which is where women in Uganda make beads for bracelets and necklaces, and then we sell them at the fundraisers. Last year, we made about $600, so we're hoping to make more both for us and for the women in Uganda. So speaking about giving back to the community, our Community Service Club held a food drive in November, where they set up boxes in every room for a couple of weeks, and then everything they got, they gave to the middle school ASB, so we could have a larger portion to donate. And then they also had a haunted house on October 30th at our school in the multipurpose room. And then about 85 people went through from our school and from around the neighborhood. On November 3rd and 4th, we had our students walk to UCR to participate in the UCR ropes course, where they did helpful teamwork exercises. And then the student body and link crew members benefited specifically from these activities by learning new team building exercises. And then, as Ms. Alavi knows, we had our freshman design challenge the past month, which she came and judged. So this is where the students were tasked to use recycled materials to design a biomorphic sculpture. And then just other things that have been going on around campus is that our chemistry lab room is up and running. We had SAT prep classes held at STEM throughout the month of October. And then we had about 15 students go to the Leadership Summit at North High School last year, and this year we're taking about 60 students. We have 3 approved Science Olympiad teams, and we decided the UCR Alumni Center and then the UCR barn to be our venues for prom and midwinter. So yeah.
There you go.
So any questions?
Not going to Anaheim. That's good.
I love it.
I have a question about STEM. I'm going to ask you about San Bernardino, but particularly for this board member and maybe some others. But you have an interesting campus. You have a campus which is designed now to go from 5th grade to 12th grade.
Mm-hmm.
You're in 11th grade. How long have you been on STEM?
For 5 years. This is my 5th year, so since 7th year since it started.
So you're a long veteran.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel the learning environment is impeded at all by having little ones around you, or?
No, I don't really see them. I mean, last year.
I know they're short, but I mean. No.
They're a little loud and Ken, but no, it doesn't bother us.
But okay, so you think it's beneficial to all of you to be there?
For 5 through.
Yeah, 5 through 12.
Yeah, well, especially like with Science Olympiad this year, like last year we didn't do it, but the same coaches are coaching like the middle school and high school team, so we get to like interact with them a little bit more, and then we have like tutoring sessions too, so.
Okay, and again, you have a diverse age. Was there much talk about San Bernardino, or what was the thoughts?
Well, unfortunately, one of our students' moms was in the shooting. So, and we're a very small campus, so we all heard about it, and like she's our friend. So we were really shocked, and like everyone was like, "Oh my God!" So we actually we're collecting money, and we got her flowers and cards. We gave them to her today, but it was terrible.
Well, it was very good for you all to do that as a campus. Commendable. Thank you very much, Ms. Batista. Look forward to your next one. Ms. Vincent, I hope I pronounce this right. Nadich? Is it even close?
Well, there's about 15 versions of the pronunciation, so it's okay.
Well, what's the one that Mom gave you?
Neche. Well, it's not
Neche.
my full name, but Neche.
Neche, okay. I remember that next time, Neche.
Yes, like Leche, but with an N.
Ah, there we go.
Okay, well, good evening. Mr. President Hunt, Dr. Hanson, and other members of the board. My name is Necha Vincent, and I'm happy to be representing John W. North once again. So since the last time we met, there's a lot that's gone on. So I'll just jump right into our 5 goals that we have for this school year. Number 1, to promote and encourage positive school spirit. So actually this Thursday, December 10th, you're all invited. We are holding the annual leadership exchange. This is an exchange that happens every year at a different high school, and we're honored to hold it this year. We're inviting all the other high schools in our USD, and this year we're actually inviting middle schools, so that will extend like the help we can give middle schools and the help that we can give them for the future. So in the past, in November and October, our leaders actually attended the CADC Leadership Conference as well as the CARE Conference, and our leaders learned a great amount of ideas that they can implement in the school, and that will be seen through our upcoming Midwinter Dance, which is the theme of Star Wars on January 30th. Goal number 2, to connect students and staff through involvement and activities. So MCC, which is Multicultural Council, and Renaissance has actually been implementing many awareness weeks. This includes Stand Up to Cancer Week, Red Ribbon Week, and Anti-Bullying Awareness Week. This brought the staff and the students together as we took a look at these issues and found out what we can do about them. Also, we had the Freshman Link Assembly. Each of the leaders on our school's campus is responsible for mentoring a freshman, and I myself mentor, and we reach out to these students and give them the advice they need to survive high school, and we give them helpful tips that will help them throughout their high school experience. Also at this assembly, we had motivational speaker D. Hankins, my apologies, and he was really inspirational, and he, I'm sure, motivated many of the freshmen. Goal number 3, to honor past traditions and develop new customs. We are holding the annual holiday food drive, and this year the student leaders are combining with the Red Cross Club, and we are also doing a blanket drive. So not only are we collecting cans, but also blankets, and these will all be donated to the Community Settlement Association. Our goal is to collect at least 1 can per person at North, so 2,400 items, which I believe is very possible. Goal number 4, to recognize the accomplishments of Husky Nation. So this year, many of our sports teams succeeded in their leagues. Volleyball was co-champion with a few of the other schools in our USD for volleyball. Cross country, as long as boys soccer and boys basketball are doing well as well. Boys basketball is actually going to Canada this Wednesday. Goal number 5, to increase awareness of school activities through a variety of methods of communication. So we had our parent-teacher conferences on November 19th through the 20th. Parents were able to come by and pick up their child's schedule, so they didn't need to have their child there. They picked up their child's schedule, found the teacher, and had a one-on-one conversation about their child. And yes, that's everything that's happening at North. Are there any questions?
No questions? Actually, tell me about North's thoughts on San Bernardino.
Oh, well, it's actually come up a lot, being that it's so close to us. Personally, I believe it's a very terrible and tragic situation that something like this is occurring. And personally, I actually find it terrible that the fear that it's creating in America towards like a specific group, and it's always terrible being like that North is so diverse with all the different races, being that one action of a few can affect so many others. And just like she said that it affected people near us. Problems don't seem to be problems when they're so far away, but now that it's really hitting us, it's really like eye-opening, and I think everyone around is really seeing the effects of it. So it's really terrible.
You know, I'm going to ask Dr. Hanson on behalf of the board to give all of our school representatives a condensed copy of our LCAP and what our goals are. I mean, are you a senior, Nancy?
Yes.
So you're planning to go to a college?
Yes.
What are you looking at?
Political science at hopefully Stanford or UC Berkeley.
Okay, so you're picking Stanford or UC Berkeley, very good, because they'll offer you something, right?
Yes.
They're going to offer you to take you and refine you through the project. We want to know, because you're stuck going with us because you live here, so what I want to know, and from all of you and from your students that you represent, you talk to them, how are we doing? What we're providing, how do you feel as the end user it is giving you the opportunity to advance your education? and where are things really working, and where politely can we enhance or add or that way. We really need to be more. I want to hear more than just reporting. I want you to be advocates for your campus.
Yes. Well, being from John W. North, we have the IB program, and I am actually an IB diploma candidate.
Very good.
So having this program in Riverside, I actually live in Moreno Valley, but I come to North and part of the Riverside community for the IB program. So I believe you guys are doing a wonderful job in providing us what we need. Last year we had 2 people go to Stanford, so I believe that North and many of the other RUSD schools have what they need to reach their goals and to succeed beyond what like the norm is.
Very good, thank you. I didn't set you up, tell her about I didn't set you
okay.
up. But we'll continue to let us know about all of you, about your college entrance and how things are going. As Mrs. Alavie would always say, you're welcome to stay, and at one time I'm going to ask you to stay in the future, but we know you have homework and all of that. We appreciate all of your participation, and thank you very much for your report.
Thank you.
All right, someone that has to stay, even if he does have homework, we're going to call on the district superintendent for his report.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. I'd like to thank the students for their reports, and I'd like to thank Mrs. Alavie for suggesting and for the work that we did this evening in inviting Poly High School to come in, their chamber singers, and in remembrance of last week at San Bernardino for their performance and of the singing of their moving selection prior to the swearing-in ceremony. And with that in mind, I'm grateful, Mr. Hunt, that you asked the high school students about some of their feelings, because I'd like to begin by addressing the senseless acts of violence that occurred last Wednesday at the Inland Regional Center in San Bernardino. And immediately after the tragedy struck, a few thoughts came into my mind that I'd like to share with the board and the public. First, my thoughts and prayers go out to the victims, their families, the employees at the Inland Regional Center, and anyone else affected by that tragedy or this tragedy. Sometimes we use the phrase close to home when talking about an event that happened nearby. Well, in this case, the effects from the attacks in San Bernardino were felt inside our home. A few of our RSD family members, as you heard this evening, were directly affected. And I want them to know personally that we stand by them in this very difficult time. And we are extremely tight-knit here in Riverside, and when one of us is affected, it impacts us all, as you have probably felt yourself as you heard the students talk this evening. Second, I thought about our 42,000 students and their families and the fact that they may have some thoughts or feelings that stem from the violent attacks that they don't fully know how to process. And we spent time last week communicating with our teachers and staff about helping students process this information and cope in times such as these. We also made school psychologists available for any students or staff who need another person to simply lean on. Here in Riverside Unified, safety is absolutely our #1 priority. While educating our children may be our main focus, we have also an obligation to educate them in a protected, safe environment. And some of the things that we have done in the past and continue to do to ensure safety at our schools are just a few I'd like to mention. First off, to maintain a strong relationship with our Riverside Police Department, our fire and our county sheriff's department. We do employ school resource officers and campus supervisors to monitor our campuses and help us keep them safe. We've been promoting aggressively our School Plus 2 initiative, which keeps students engaged in school activities. And 2 years ago, we conducted staff safety training sessions, and we're currently in the process of planning refresher training for response to active shooting scenarios. Just today, I had a conversation with Chief Diaz, and regularly Dr. Lewis and Dr. McGuire have conversations with members of his executive team as we talk about things such as active shooter and safety on our campuses. In January, there will be a Train the Trainers in service that will be provided to site managers so they in turn can go back and provide that training at their school sites or in their departments. Every day, thousands of children walk through our doors without the feeling of any fear. And the superintendent, as a staff, we are committed to keeping it that way, no matter what's going on outside of our school walls. And so, again, thank you, Mrs. Alavi, for taking the opportunity at the beginning of our meeting to have that moment of silence as we reflect on the tragic events that have recently occurred. At this time, I'd like to invite Renee Hill, Assistant Superintendent of Instructional Support, to tell about what she and her staff have been doing. They've been doing some heavy lifting recently as they work hard to prepare for the 3rd Annual Riverside Personalized Learning Summit scheduled for this Thursday and Friday. And following Assistant Superintendent Hill, I'd then like to invite our Chief Academic Officer, Lynn Carmody, to provide a report.
Thank you, Dr. Hanson. We're pleased to host our 3rd Annual Personalized Learning Summit this Thursday and Friday. We'll be joined by several districts from across the country and many surrounding districts also. During the day, Thursday, there will be school visits. Thursday evening, there will be a dinner at the Marriott at the Convention Center. Our keynote is a young man who did a time study in his 11th grade year and decided that he didn't need to physically attend school because he didn't feel like he was getting a lot of value for the time. And learning on his own in his junior year, he realized the value of having a teacher as facilitator for his learning, and he realized how much the social environment contributed to his learning. So he is attending school in his senior year, and he'll share his story with us Thursday night. Then on Friday, we have workshops on the 5 elements of personalized learning and on blended learning, ending with a keynote by our own local Garner Holt of animatronics, who does some work for Disney. So that'll be at the Bournes facility, 3:30. We'd love to see you all there for as much time as you can make. I know it's a lot of activities, but it's going to be fun.
Thank you, and we appreciate your leadership. Last November 18th, we had hosted 200 of our 10th grade girls for Inspire Her Mind Symposium hosted at the Bournes Center. And so this was our 2nd annual conference. We had Pamela Clute. Dr. Pamela Clute was the keynote speaker. We had roundtables by UCR students where they talked about the process of getting to the career, and then we had a panel that represented some career choices and provided students with lunch as well. In February, this will be our first year where we have Seminar 2 that will involve leadership, so Inspire Her Mind Leadership for Women and Young Girls. So that we'll give you more information about that in the future. We also had 2 teachers, one from Frank Augustus Middle School, Daniel McLeod, and a Ramona High School teacher, Donna Krause, who were recognized for Outstanding Social Studies Teacher at an awards program that occurred December 3rd. And the County Office of Education recognized them for their outstanding educators in social science. As an update, a week ago Monday, we went to the UCR parking lot 13 and had a dialogue with Jeff Kaplan, who is the UCR Associate Vice Chancellor. We talked about the location for the potential STEM facility and what it would look like to have a land lease. So we're moving forward and progressing nearly every week with that dialogue, hoping to get that officially taken care of soon. Finally, I just want to make note that we did have our 2nd LCAP Advisory Committee meeting last week, and we were able to reflect on some of the input that was given at the prior meeting and talk about the process for the rest of the year. I just want to remind you also that we are trying to present on LCAP generated topics throughout the year at the board meeting so that we don't have to have a very extensive board study session at the end of the year like we did last year. So something we're doing a little bit different for this year and wanted you to all know. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hill, and thank you, Ms. Carmenday. And last, I'd like to congratulate, we received some great news this weekend, Mr. Brad Peters, Martin Luther King High School cross-country and track and field coach, was recognized last weekend at the CIF State Cross-Country Meet with the CIF Model Coach of the Year Award. Coach Peters has worked at King for 16 years and has been the head cross-country and track coach at King for the last 14 of those years. So congratulations to Brad, and special thanks to him for all of his dedicated service to our student athletes throughout the years. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Hanson. Is there any questions from any member of the board for Dr. Hanson or those other reporting? All right, hearing none, I'll move on to public input. Do I have any? No cards? Remind the public this is not your only chance to speak. If you want to speak on any item on the agenda, turn in a card. All right, now we're going to have our district employee groups reports. This meeting we have both CSEA and the PTA. Representing the CSEA tonight is Miss Mickey McDonald, a longtime member of the CSEA and recently retired dedicated poly instructor. Hello, Ms. McDonald.
Good evening, President Hunt, Dr. Hanson, and the board members. I appreciate you taking the time. As you can tell, I'm not Dan Rudd. He's not feeling up to being here today, so he asked me to read his words. So here I go. Good evening, President Hunt, Dr. Hanson, members of the board. Chapter 506 has been busy again this month. We jacketed 4 new union stewards, Mel Rich, Peggy Rich, Deanna Patches, and Mr. Bernie Holt. And he thanks Dr. Hanson and Miss Susan Mills for being a part of that, and it was an honor to have you there. We had our classified holiday social last week, and 80 members came and had dinner and received door prizes. Thank you again, Dr. Hanson, Miss Mills, Miss Lynn Carmenday, for being a part of this. This was really appreciated. We had 2 members finish their level 3 steward training this past weekend, and hopefully they will be getting their jackets soon. Chapter 506 will be having our elections for the 2016 Executive Board at our general meeting on December 16th, and all positions are up for elections. And he said that he would be notifying the cabinet after the votes are tallied and the winners are declared. And he would like to take this time to thank you for being so patient and understanding to him over the last 2 years. He's grown to have a better understanding on how the board, administrators, managers, teachers, and classified working together makes this school district the best in Southern California. Hopefully, he says that he will be able to continue as president, and he would like to keep the victims of last week's actions in San Bernardino in our hearts. And that concludes his statement. On a personal note, I just wanted to let you know that I will not be running as second vice president. I had to make a choice between 100% of my time for Chapter 506 or more than 100% of my time for my family. My daughter announced that she's having twins. So I will be doing some traveling back and forth to Colorado. So it pains me, but my heart is with my family. And thank you very much over the years for all of your support. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey.
Thank you.
Mickey, just nod. How's Bernie Holt doing? And, you know, he's recovering all right? Good. Good to hear that. Good to hear that. Very good. Thank you, Mickey. And now Gina Cheeto, who is our PTA president for Riverside Chapter. Welcome, Ms. Cheeto.
Thank you. Good evening, President Hunt, Dr. Hanson, and the rest of the board members. Miller Middle School PTSA hosted their CARES Walk, which is a walk for the students to participate in community service, and they raised approximately $1,500 to donate to cancer patients here in Riverside. STEM Academy PTSA was able to donate 2 digital video cameras with a MacBook Pro to record symposiums and post to the website, and the students are also using them to learn how to produce videos. Taft Elementary received 3 grants from National and State PTA. Fire Up Your Feet, which is, they received, I believe, $500 for playground equipment, and the other 2, I do not know the names of them, but it was approximately another $1,500 that they received also. Poly PTSA started a group to take students to legislative conference this year in Sacramento. They raised enough money to take 4. They put it out to the students of Poly, and they now have over 20 students who would like to attend the convention. And so they are trying to raise money, fundraising, to be able to take all 20 students. And hopefully they will be able to. State PTA is holding their State PTA convention this year, May 4th through 7th at San Diego. SeaWorld has offered for any of our students that are participating in the convention to give them a behind-the-scenes tour while they're there. And it's $99 for any of our students to attend. Our Reflections program is going on now, and we would like to invite all of you. We will be having our Council Awards program in February at Central Middle School, February 24th, 6 o'clock, and we would love if you guys could all be there. And then we have our Founders Day program, which will be held Wednesday, February 17th from 9 a.m. to 11. We haven't quite picked the location yet, so that will be forthcoming. That's my report for the night. Thank you.
Thank you, Jude. I wonder, just for me, if you could work with Beth. I'd like, now that we're in trustee areas, and this entire board is now elected from trustee areas, I'd like to know the presidents of the PTA in my trustee area better, and periodically I intend, and my peers will be up to them, I would like to meet with them as a kitchen cabinet type, and just so they can help me understand more of the grassroots. So if you could work with Beth on the ones in my area, I have Liberty, Hawthorne, Lake Matthews, right, and Harrison.
Yeah, I'll get the map, and yeah, I can do that, absolutely.
Very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. The next item on the agenda is the consent calendar. Usually items here are considered routine, and though they're all important, and we'll be taking in one motion. Before doing so, is there anyone on the board that wanted to pull any item? Okay, I'm going to pull for separate report F10. All right. Do I have a motion to approve then the consent calendar?
I'll move to approve minus item F10.
Thank you, Ms. Lock-Dawson. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Please vote. All right, that is carried unanimously. F10, I wondered if Assistant Superintendent Mills could just tell us about this program and your intents and expectations.
Thank you. Good evening. We are offering an early notification of separation incentive program. Each year we've been doing this. This year it's particularly important, as you heard the Dean of Education from UCR stand up and talk about that we will be having a shortage of teachers. We have a very rigorous recruitment process this year where we're going to several recruitment fairs, and we are going to be needing to know which teachers with which credentials to be hiring. So in order to do that, we are going to be asking people to give us their separation from the district between December 8th and January 20th. And upon knowing that, we will be able to recruit earlier and hire for specific credentials and specialty areas.
And how do you let them know this? Through what kind of communication?
They give us their resignation retirement papers in the district, and they say that they will be retiring on the last day. How do we let them know? Oh, we send out information. I'm sorry, how do they let us know? I thought you said.
Dale Roberts, you've already separated, haven't you? You don't qualify? Okay, well, just trying to get to 2,500, big guy. All right. Well, then I would move for approval of that. Thank you. This is any other questions for Mrs. Mills? Can I have a second? Thank you, Ms. Locke Dawson. Please vote. Thank you. I called that out just to recognize that the staff's doing all we can to stay competitive in a very and growing competitive market. Okay, Section G, reports and discussion. Our first item of Ms. Carmen Linday, Lynn Carmen Day, I'm sorry, personally. Parent engagement update, PLUS and Parent School Specialty Survey.
Yes, thanks. Thank you very much, Board President Hunt, Dr. Hanson, and esteemed board members. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Kaisha Holmes. She's going to be providing us an update on parent engagement in general in two specific areas. One is Parents Leading Unshakable Scholars, which is our PLUS work, so should be of great interest with the activities we've been providing and reaching out to the community there. And then also with a Parent School Specialty Survey, which you would know as a choice survey. So she'll be providing us information about both of those two topics.
And this begins on page 86 on our, is that right? Okay, thank you. Dr. Holmes, welcome.
Hi. Good evening, Board President Hunt, Dr. Hanson, and members of the board. I will be presenting on the two topics to update the board on parent engagement this evening. Where do you point this? Thank you. Okay, so the two topics that we'll discuss tonight are subjects of our LCAP Goals 2.3A, which specifically deals with our school specialty or parent choice survey, and the second topic is derived from our LCAP Goal 3.2 that involves the increasing the quality and communication with parents, community, and increasing our collaboration with them. So this past November 10th, we held our very first PLUS Council meeting, which is Parents Leading Unshakable Scholars. And the purpose of the meeting is to engage African American families and to develop an African American advisory council to begin to help address some of the concerns and to address some of the shortfalls where our African American students are concerned. So in attendance at the meeting, we had over 200 parents and community members. We had 186 parents turn in comment cards specifically indicating the areas that they felt like we need to focus on from a priority perspective, as well as thoughts and feelings about how they felt like we were serving them and their students throughout the district. And so of the 186 parents who responded to our inquiries about our quality of engagement, 63 of them submitted and are requesting to be a part of the district parent advisory council. And so of course we can't have that many parents on an advisory council, so we meet tomorrow night as our official first parent development on the committee to discuss how we're going to engage parents while honoring the ones that will serve on the district committee and discussing a plan on how other parents can participate in that process. And so that's a picture of Dr. Hanson, and he gave a very eloquent speech to discuss the premium that he's placed on addressing the issues of parent engagement, specifically with this underserved population of students. And so on the district committee, these are the staff members, which is inclusive of district managers, support staff, as well as teachers. And there's one person that's missing from this list, and that's Marcus Ridley, who also will be participating as one of the committee members. And there are a few of them here. If you don't mind standing, you can. And so the meeting that we had on the 10th, what we did is we consulted the Riverside County Office of Education Blueprint for Action for African American students to address the at-riskness that's facing that population of students. And so as the PLUS Council, we've endeavored as a purpose to engage parents in a very intentional and a deliberate way to ensure that we're shoring up all aspects of how to increase the college-going rate for African American students and their overall academic and social success. And so with regard to the Blueprint for Action, there are 3 areas of focus that the county has outlined as critical need areas for African American students: high quality instruction, student engagement, and parent engagement. And then secondarily, we consulted the Education Trust West report that was released in October that specifically honed in on ways that we need to engage parents, how we work through discussions with them that produce actions that reverse some of the trends that we're going to talk about in the next coming slides. And so to address the issue or the topic of student engagement, and I want to preface here that the data that we're going to look at on the next 3 slides is representative of the county-wide data. We'll talk a little bit later about some district data, but this data is representative of county-wide issues affecting African American students. So from a county perspective, African Americans comprise approximately 6.5% of the population. In RUSD, they make up approximately 7% of the population. And we see similarities with the disproportionality of discipline in RUSD is pretty similar to the data that's represented here. And so the disproportionality is that although there's a 6.5% population of African American students, there's an 18.2% of students who make up our suspension rates, and then a 9.14% of students that make up the actual expulsion rate. And then the next point there is that there's an overrepresentation of African American students in special programs, special ed, in particular more restrictive environments. And then lastly, for the student engagement focus, they noted in the report that there were low expectations and low affirmations for African American students in our schools, specifically around topics of them not being represented in the curriculum and them not being able to connect with adults on campus and really needing mentors and positive adults on campus to reach out to them. And so for the topic of parent engagement, we know parent engagement is low throughout all groups of students, but in particular, there was a lack of participation for African American parents in councils and partnerships, as well as leadership opportunities for training within the districts. And so in the area of high quality instruction, we see that in the area of the academic achievement gap, that African Americans are only achieving at a rate of 31.2% countywide compared to their white counterparts at 41.9%. And in the area of graduation rates, we see that African American students have a lesser graduation rate than would their Hispanic and white counterparts, and also lead in the dropout rate countywide over their counterparts. And then lastly, we can see that African American students are attending preschool and early education programs at a rate of 7.8% compared to their Hispanic counterparts at 76.7% and white counterparts at a rate of 37.5%.
Can I ask, just interrupt you there? That's amazing disproportionate. What do you attribute that to?
I can tell you what the parents said at the meeting, and one of the things they said is that they need to be made more aware of the programs that are available and specific outreach to African American families. Okay. And so this information is our most recent SBAC results, and we'll look at math as well as English language arts. This graph is indicative of the math outcomes, and we can see here on the screen that our African American students are achieving at a rate of 24%, which means that by this measurement, 76% of our kids are not on track to be college and career ready. when we look at our district SBAC scores for English language arts, we can see that approximately 36% of our students are on track to be prepared to be college and career ready, while 64% of them don't appear by this measurement to be ready. And so following the presentation of this information, we engaged our parents in a dialogue, and these are the questions we asked. And in particular, we wanted to know what their responses were to this information. And parents had a similar concern as President Hunt about the availability of resources and the awareness. And we wanted to know what their priorities were, what the students' priorities were, and any barriers, if any, that they perceived prohibited their interaction or engagement with the district. And so the families used this graphic organizer to communicate the answers to those questions to us, and we copied all of those responses onto a huge chart that we will share with parents tomorrow night during our first meeting. And so we'll look at it and we'll evaluate that information for trends that will help us inform goals as we move forward.
You'll come back to here and talk about that.
Absolutely. And so the Riverside County Office of Education Blueprint lists 6 priorities for engaging parents. And what we asked parents to do at the meeting that we had last month was to take those 6 recommendations and to prioritize them, giving us the top 3 that they felt like we needed to begin working on as a district. And so this is what they reported back. And so their number 1 priority was to make sure that we developed a sustainable parent advisory committee, which is in progress and we're in the works with. The second priority that they had was for the district to provide ongoing cultural response and cultural sensitivity training for all staff. And then thirdly, they wanted to be developed and to provide and to participate in leadership opportunities, not just with regard to Pele, but various kinds of opportunities for them to develop, to know how to work with the district in a partnership, as well as to be a better resource for their students. So this is just another picture of parents as they worked on the different questions and had table conversations about all of the things that we saw in the previous slides. And so the ultimate goal for PLUS and the collaborative effort that we'd like to see move the meter and to raise the premium on the quality of what we produce as a district for African American kids, but also the premium that we put in place to raise their awareness and their engagement in school will come by way of the collaboration between Heritage, that has a very academic focus within schools, and will work to try to figure out a plan on elongating that process throughout the lower grade levels, but to also work with the student Black Student Union that specifically focuses on students being engaged and being aware, and then using the parent component through PLUS to work collaboratively to uplift the African American students that we serve in this district. And so recently, JW North High School, they hosted a Youth Uplift Conference that was spearheaded and led by one of their teachers, Tamara Frazier, who's here. Can you stand? And one of the things that we like to see through this collaboration is for us to continue engaging students in ways that let them know that they matter and that we are keeping a pulse on the progress that they make as a whole. And we intend to do that through a collaborative. Do you guys have any discussions or input?
Do we have any questions for Dr. Holmes? Mrs. Alavi? Oh, no, Dr. Farouk?
Thank you so much for the presentation.
Oh, you've turned your...
Thank you so much for the presentation. So I saw a lot of efforts that were outlined on how the district can be more engaged with the African American community, but how can the district reach the African American community in the community itself? Do you have any ideas, whether it's through the faith-based community or whatever the case may be, how we can be more?
We had several faith-based communities who participated in the meeting on the 10th, and several of them have reached out to us as the district and have even offered to open up their churches to provide additional tutoring for students. And they've really demonstrated an interest in partnering with the district to work from a social perspective as well as academically to help support the needs of students. We think that as we engage parents and we teach them how to look at academic and school-based information and to develop leadership capabilities and competencies and know how to engage and talk to their students, we think all of these things will have a direct impact on students. And we plan to work collaboratively with parents to grow and to develop professionally so that we continue to sustain the kind of impact that their engagement will have on growing student achievement.
And I'll just say one last thing. I remember that there was an event at North where we brought the fraternities and sororities, and I just think more linkages we can do with the university, especially UCR, coming out and demonstrating the kind of experience and the value of going through the college and being kind of mentors.
Absolutely.
That'd be great.
Yeah, and so tomorrow night, what we hope to come away with are some actionable goals that the parent advisory as well as the district steering committee can work together to be able to see results as we move forward.
Mrs. Trustee Alavi.
Yeah, thank you. I want to go back to the preschool information, which I've been mulling over. First of all, this was countywide, correct?
Yes.
I would sure be interested in knowing the statistics for our own preschool and what our percentages are. But I'm having a hard time believing that Hispanic families attend preschool twice as often as white families. Are you sure this is correct?
Per the county report.
That's just an incredible, I mean, all of those don't make any sense to me at all. So I would, if we could get back some more information about our own preschool program, I would really like to.
Absolutely. And one of the things about that concern that you raise, and we've talked about this as a district, Dr. Hansen, as well as other district managers, is if we look at the disparity in that enrollment, and then we go over here and we look at the achievement of students, African American and Latino students are pretty much in the same boat with regard to academics. And so we really need to be able to understand how, if that many students are participating in early childhood, what's happening with it not translating as they move through the grades.
Good point. That's exactly what I was thinking. If 76% of Hispanic families are sending their kids to preschool, why is there such a dip? I mean, I'm interested in black families too, but I find that almost amazing.
And one of the things, as a Plus Council steering committee member, the other thing is we're committed to equity for all kids. So we've had the same conversation within our committee about this disparity. And one of the things that we are in conversation about is we understand that there are committees like DLAC and ELAC that have a very linguistic focus, and we're thinking that providing some of the same cultural fortitude for Latino families that maybe are not English speaking could help close these gaps even more so, because we have a 17% EL population, but not all of those students are Spanish-speaking EL students. Yes. And so we have work to do in terms of delving into that data and moving forward with actionable plans.
Good. Well, I'll be anxious to hear more about it. Thank you.
Trustee Lee.
A couple thoughts. Thank you, Dr. Holmes. For one, as a trustee, I'm glad to see that we're allocating resources and funds to issues like these, because as we all know also, unfortunately, the African American population disproportionately represent those in our community living in poverty too, and that's the population that we're supposed to be serving with the extra funds that we're getting from the state. So I'm glad to see that we are following through on that. You had mentioned the Heritage Program, and maybe you can go into that a little bit more, because it seems like you're serving the same population. If you can get the parents, 186 parents together in one place, clearly if you ask them to show up and you figure out which avenue to communicate with that portion of our community, they will show up. So continuing in that same vein, I think, is really important. And then when you do have that audience, educating those parents about all the options they have for their students, the information that you communicated, that Dr. Hansen shared and your fellow staff members shared, but having them hear about some things from Heritage, so that folks like Ms. Hill and Callie don't have to go through their transcripts and have them catch up so they're A through G. So parents already know what the path is through A through G, and they can hold their student accountable when they get to high school. So I think if we can take this 360-degree approach so that it's not, I don't want to say competing interests, but replicating the same work by different staff members in the districts, but complementing each other.
Absolutely.
And so I think that's really important. And then also educating parents of the School Plus 2 program and letting parents know what other options their students have to stay engaged, whether that's band or choir or art or one of the clubs, you know. So I think the more we can do to complement each other and really serve our students all around 360 degrees, the less work we have to do trying to remediate the problems that we're seeing in the SBAC results.
Yep, and that's our focus.
So, and congratulations to getting 200 parents in the same room. I think regardless of the background of that, that's something commendable. So congratulations.
Thank
you, Trustee Lee. Dr. Holmes, one of your good members, Mrs. Woods, brought up some. Can you just tell us what this is? I mean, so I can read it, but just go ahead and explain to the audience.
So
what we have
this is the research document that I referenced, the Blueprint for Action from RCOE, and so it has more detailed and saturated information about the data that we just presented in its totality.
All right. You said that not all of the EL students speak Spanish.
That's correct.
So what am I missing?
We have students that speak other languages.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Dr. Hansen. That was ventriloquist. But, all right. Well, Dr. Holmes, you know that this is a phenomenal challenge, and we're glad we have you there to do this. When do you think you'll be back to give us an update and answer some of the questions?
I have a report that is coming up to report on the survey that we're going to talk about next, and so they'll let me know when we'll have that.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Holmes. We'll move on then with...
I still have one more.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's me. Go ahead.
Sorry. So the next part of it is just to give you an update on where we are with the community survey. And so we have a few different intentions with regard to the survey. The first is that we want to make sure that our parents, that we understand our parent priorities with regard to school specialty and choice, and that we help to develop a sense of agency with our parent community by giving them a locus of control with regard to some of the things that are impacting their students from an academic perspective. And then we want to work with parents to build a healthy knowledge base of the programs and the specialties that we do offer. And we want to be very intentional on the way that we monitor progress by school sites and as a district so that we have an ongoing process of improving the service that we provide to families. And then lastly, we want to make sure that we develop a very strong partnership with families so that we continue to provide the best quality of what we do as a district. So our very pristine focus for the school specialty survey is to understand what characteristics and features our school should possess so that they meet the needs of all of our students. And we currently have some specialty initiatives to include programs like Core Knowledge, Custom Schools, which we also know as Personalized Learning, the Riverside STEM Academy. We have the Dual Language Immersion Program, the Project Lead the Way, Ramona's Creative and Performing Arts Program, and we have the IB program at North. So the survey is two-pronged. The first part of the survey, which you have a copy of in your handout, deals with the school specialty perspective. And then the second part of the survey asks parents questions on how well we're engaging them. And so our focus here is to know how we are engaging families such that they experience our organization as welcoming, collaborative, academically strong, equitable, and very communicative. And so what we did is we consulted the PTA National Standards for Family and School Engagement, and they underscore 6 different domains that impact the quality and the service that we provide to families. And those are the 6 domains. And so what we did is we took their assessment tool that they use and extracted the questions to produce our survey, mainly because after the research firm leaves, we want to be able to take that data and to be very actionable about how we move forward, and to have an internal process of how we continuously monitor the impact that our services have on students and families. And so posing the questions in this kind of way kind of enables us to be able to continue something where we are constantly quality assuring what we do. And so the survey administration will take place. We'll open the window in January, and the window will remain open for approximately 4 to 6 weeks. And so the survey will be administered online, and parents will receive an email from the research firm. But for parents who don't have access to those kinds of resources, we're working with schools to be able to open up a space as well as resources for parents to go onto campuses and to take the survey at schools. And we'll work with principals on disseminating messages to parents to draw them in, so that we get the kind of participation we need to validate the study. And so as it stands now, we need about 120 parents per site to participate in the study in order for it to be valid. The district participation is we'll notify principals, but we'll also send out a message to parents letting them know that this research firm will be contacting them so that they understand that it's something that's going to help us.
May I interrupt you,
Yes.
Dr. Holmes? I think Trustee Allaby has a question.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I was wondering whether we had done a sample of this survey, if we had sent this out to anybody, any parents as a sample to see how it reads.
So the interesting thing about the survey and the questions is that they're essentially the same questions that we ask in our Title I and EL surveys. And so to answer your questions, our parents have seen these questions before, because that's a survey by compliance that we have to administer every year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And so the research firm that we are retaining to handle the study is Braun Research. And among the various research companies that are out there, Marcus started the research about which firm we should use, and it boiled down to the research firms that had the most experience with school choice types of surveys. And so from the most popular research firms, Braun was the one who provided quality and experience, as well as not just experience in research field, but in the area of school specialty surveys. And so that's why we went with them. And so you guys have a copy of the questions there in front of you.
Page 117, yes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the board was just talking about, I mean, we were together, like, numbers 1 through 7. I know we're going to be very interested to find out what your responses are. And then I think, as Mrs. Allaby even alluded to see what the general population, how they might respond. There's a sampling of some of them out there. Very good. Any questions for Dr. Holmes? None? Dr. Holmes, thank you. Appreciate it. And we're looking forward to having you be back and soon and knowing more about this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Sheffield, thank you for being here. The board appreciates our high school principals being here. I know Dr. Angulo was here earlier. We're going to ask Dr. Hanson to highly, with a capital E, encourage our high school principals to attend these meetings. The board wants to see all 6 of you and get to know you better. I promise you, if Mr. West walked in right now, I would lose the contest of picking him out of a lineup. But I recognize you, and I thank you for being here. And Mr. West was here earlier, but we're going to look forward to seeing all of your peers here and at these meetings and workshops, because you're very important to the entire district. Thank you. All right, we'll move to our next item. And Mr. Walker is going to talk to us about the competitive business we are in, as transfers are part of that, and because ADA is ADA.
Let's see if they can get our PowerPoint up.
We go to G2.
For us.
There we go.
President Hunt, Superintendent Hanson, and members of the board, I am here this evening to give you a report on and an overview of our transfers within the Riverside Unified School District, specifically focused on intra and inter-district transfers. Recently, I came to you with a presentation and a request to identify the number of spots available for the district of choice. So although that's inclusive in here, we have talked about that in the past. So if you have any questions along the way, please let me know, and we'll go from there. And I saw that Kaisha had a problem with this, so.
She figured it out.
No, she got some help, but I'll give it a shot. See if it's on. That's
That
always a
Rhode
good
Island
one.
education, that's the...
Oh, look at that. There you go. Okay, we're going to start with our transfer options available within RUSD. If you take a look at either your documents before you or up on the screen, we have intra-district within RUSD, which means that students are moving from one school to another. There's 8 different types of transfers available within the Riverside Unified School District for residents who are within our boundaries. They include open enrollment, continuing student who's attending a school other than their resident school. We have dual boundary, tri-boundary. We have program improvement, special program transfers, new students to RUSD, and we also have involuntary transfers based on education code for students who reach a certain number of days of suspension. And then for inter-district transfers from outside the district coming in, that's the way to remember it. Inter is in, you're coming in from the outside. We have inter-district release, we have district of choice, and then we also have special program transfers. Just for information for the Board of Education, any student who comes into the district during the school year, they may apply for a transfer at that point in time to a school of their choice. We have a district of choices with district of choice as one of them, but there has to be room. Any transfer is approved based specifically on space. The transfer window for 16-17, and it's interesting we're already talking about that, but we're already gearing up for the transfer window for next year at this point in time, and are actually in the middle of the district of choice window, which I brought to you back in October, identifying 800 spots available. The November 1st to January 1st, 2016 window is for our district of choice, so students from outside of our district who are applying to come into us and be put into a school that has space and will be able to stay here throughout the duration of their education, so long as space continues to be available. And when they make their transition to middle or high school, they will be assigned a new school, and as long as the Board of Education continues to declare itself as a district of choice under the required ed code. Open enrollment, inter and intra-district, as well as program improvement and program transfers all have newer windows. In the past, I would tell people, just remember March. That's when we had our open enrollment transfer windows. We're actually moving them back. So we're going to be opening up the program improvement and the program transfers window to January the 4th. I presented that to you at District of Choice presentation. This is to come into alignment with surrounding districts, which are doing their windows even earlier than that. Next year, I'll bring you back a request to move into December. This will assist our Human Resources Department in going out and getting accurate numbers of our necessary staff for the following year, and would allow us to be able to recruit and retain high-quality teachers coming into our school system. So this gives you an overview of those windows and the timelines associated with those windows, and also the areas that I've identified in the past of the different types of transfers. You can see we have quite a number of different ways to get into our district or to move within our district once you are here. The next is just an overview of the district of choice that I brought to you last time. This is driven by Ed Code. It allows a student to move within our district and to be placed at a school that has space to move through that level, be it elementary, and then to be assigned to middle school, move through that level, go be assigned to a high school, and then move through that level once they've come into the district. Our special program transfers include core knowledge, dual language immersion, IB program at North, engineering program at King, our STEM Academy itself, and then the creative and performing arts program at Ramona. special program transfer process is identified for you. I'm not going to read it to you, but it is driven by the school itself or the program manager that oversees the program. If it was DLI, then the program manager would be the one responsible. There's an application process that the school receives. If there's more requests than there are spaces, then a lottery is held. Once all the lotteries are completed, we get the names. We then reach out to parents from my office and we process the transfers. The transfer revocation process is one that is identified on this particular slide. It has to do with intra-district transfers. We do not move students from an intra-district transfer back to a school. Once the parent chooses it, it's as if you have moved into that school area for that level. You do not transition to the feeder schools. You are assigned to that school for the level that you have been accepted for. So if you come into kindergarten, you stay through 6th grade, then you may apply for a transfer to a middle school if you would like. Otherwise, you go to the middle school back where you reside. But for students coming in from outside the district to inside the district, we can revoke a transfer. There's 3 areas that we have availability to expect students to maintain. That's adequate grades, adequate attendance, and adequate behavior, and describes for you the steps that the school would take. Then my office, Dr. McGuire, myself, would get involved in assisting the school once the student is not responding to revoke that transfer and have them return to their district of residence. I'm going to show you some different charts at this point in time, some bar graphs that give you some information related to the different types of transfers that we have. The district of choice, you can see the first year we started it back in 11-12, 161 students came into the district. We got started late, as you will recall. We actually increased the timeline for a period of time. The next year jumped up to close to 400. We've been averaging about 500 a year since that time. This includes this current school year. We have opened up 800 spots for next year because our schools have been getting more and more full. But in the past, we've opened up 1,000. So we dropped that down this year, as you will recall.
Director Walker, if you would hold for a minute, I think Trustee Lee has a question for you.
Sure.
Yeah, sorry, just to back up a little bit.
Sure.
On the special program transfer process, you had mentioned that the announcements are done through each school site. Are there standard process or guidelines that a school is supposed to follow? So every school site, the students at that school have an equal opportunity for access and information?
Yeah, they're supposed to have a mail out and also sort of an all call. We put the information up on our website, and then they have sort of an open house where they invite anyone who's interested to come to the school on a particular evening in order to get more information about the process and to be aware of the fact that if there is more of a interest than there are spots, that there will be a lottery, and to describe and to explain that process for those who are interested.
Okay. So then in practice, do you think that happens?
I'm sorry?
In practice, do you think that happens?
I think globally and overall it happens as a rule, yes. There's always going to be some anomalies where perhaps there's not exact comparison across all spectrum of that process, but as a rule, I do believe that is happening on a consistent basis.
All right, thank you.
Okay. I backed up a few pages, so let me move forward. Your next slide with the bar graph is the intra-district transfer comparison, and this is just moving within the school system from one school to another, a school of choice that the parent would apply for. And as you can see, again, back in 10-11, we were at about 4,000 requests. We had a peak in 12-13 at 4,500. And as I had indicated to the board in the past, what we would anticipate over time as parents are getting their children to the schools where they want to be. At first, when we became a district of choices, the number of transfers that were approved was very high. The number of transfers that was denied was low. And over the course of time, as people stabilize and get to where they want, what's going to happen? We're going to have more denied and less approved. So this is going to go down, and the number of denied is going to go up. That's what you're going to see on these next two slides. This year, 2909, down almost close to, if that's a zero there, yeah, close to 100 less than our first year. And if you go to the next one, this is the inter-district transfer comparison. Again, a reduction this year in the number of transfers that were approved and granted, with a high going up close to 2,000. We're down to close to 1,000 this year. The denied, again, very few at the beginning of our transition into this process. And now we're denied 1,100 last year. We're at 955, but we're halfway through the school year. So we will continue to receive new requests, people who are looking to make a change at mid-year or at a semester break. And unless there's space at that school, they would not be able to come into the district at this point in time. Yes.
Dr. Walker, would you take a question from Trustee Allaby, please?
Sure.
The main reason that these are denied is because the school they've applied to is full. Is that right?
That's correct. And again, the description and definition of full is based on space that was available through facilities and in collaboration with my office, the number of transfer slots that were allocated to that school, not a moment in time. Once we have provided for staffing for the number of students that were going to the school, if the number of students drops, they're still at the staffing allocation that they received. We cannot put new students in and go above a number that, so sometimes the school might say, oh, there's spots, but from us, the transfer window has been closed, so we will not approve transfers after that point in time. I just wanted to clarify.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? This one here, this next transfer bar graph provides you for sort of like a global of what has been denied, both the intra and the inter. The intra being the purple on the bottom and the inter being the blue on the top. Now remember that for inters, they are applying to the district. So this would be a situation where they applied to the district, and at that level, there were really no spots to make available to them at all, and we had to deny that transfer. Otherwise, we would approve the transfer. We would send them to a school that had space, and they would either choose to come or they would not come. We do take into consideration their preferential choice, but if they do not choose a school that has space, then we cannot accommodate their request. This next slide provides for inter-district release comparison. This is good news for us because over the course of time, although we've had a little increase, this year we're at 625 released. That means we have released out of our system 625 students this year. The average over the course of time has been between 750 and 800 students for the last 5 years. This year we're at about 625. It will continue throughout the year. Again, it might get up to 800, I don't know, but right now we're at 625. And some of those students are still in our district. Let me explain real quick. When we release a student, the other district has to accept the student. So us releasing, that's what I'm reporting. There's 128 students who are still in our district who were released because the other district has not picked them up.
All right. I have to call on Trustee Lee first because this is under Robert's rules. So, and then I'll
Sure.
call on Trustee Allaby. Trustee Lee?
For those in that category for release, does that include charter schools within our district?
No, if they go to a charter school, then they're not released from our district because they're attending a actual public school.
Okay.
We don't release them out of the district to go to a charter
Sure,
school.
so
We
they would
release them
be-
to other
okay.
public schools
Got it.
that are comprehensive in nature.
Got it. Thank you.
Trustee Allaby?
Do we know then where these kids are going when we're releasing them?
Yes.
And do you keep track of that?
Yes, we do.
And what are the primary schools that they're going to?
Well,
Private
it's not
schools?
necessarily schools. If they go to private school, then they're not enrolled in a public school. They wouldn't be enrolled with us. They would be enrolled in private school. The majority of them are based on the workplace of their parents. So the parents are driving to work. They want their students to be with them. So it can be all over the Inland Empire. Some go down to the LA area and the south. I can get you that information if you have it, because we do keep records of where students are released to.
Just curious. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, I think also the board would be interested to know, I know it's not released, but just the number of students that are going to our local
Charter schools?
charters. Thank you.
I can get that information for you as well.
Thank you.
I'll
Those
be
two
happy to
items.
put that in a board mail out for you.
Please continue.
Sure. Okay, so the next one provides you with sort of a global of the last 4 slides that provides you with inter and intra granted versus denied, and then the overall release from the district. A little bit better graph for you to take a global look at the number of transfers that we are dealing with in the district. And again, that indication of a spike and now a reduction over time of the number that are being granted. The next one provides the total number of transfers that have been processed, and as you can see, when I first arrived here 7 years ago, they processed about 3,000 transfers. That spiked 3 years ago, with over 8,800 processed. I have myself and one transfer technician who handles every one of these papers, so I'm very happy to have Dr. McGuire join our team and be involved in part of this transfer process. We certainly receive a lot of people walking in, requesting information, and this year we went online, and parents can do their majority of their work online. This year was the first year that we actually had that available, so thank you to Ed Services, Educational Technology, in helping us get that in place. We put a kiosk at the CRC, so parents during that time can come in and fill their paperwork out if they actually don't have access to a computer. So, and again, you can see the number processed this year is in action, so we're not done yet. We'll continue to process them throughout the year. I do expect to get back up to that 8,000 by the end of the year. This just breaks down by program, so I'm going to go quickly through this. This is core knowledge, and it provides for the applications submitted, how many were accepted, the waiting list, and then other, they were either declined or a continuing student. Dual language immersion program, again, provides you with some information of the number of total applications, how many were accepted, the waiting list. The engineering program, they opened up a certain number, they accepted a certain number, they don't keep a waiting list for the engineering program.
It says you don't have a waiting list then?
We don't have a waiting list for the engineering program.
Oh, good, okay.
The IB program doesn't have a waiting list either, so they accept a certain number of students, and in this particular case, the number of applications and the number accepted were the same. The STEM Academy, as many of you are aware, the majority of parents want to try to get in at 5th grade, and you can see that this last year there were over 300 applications. I actually did the lottery this year, went up there and picked the ping pong balls myself. I was very popular with a certain group, and I wasn't, but I turned my back every time just to make sure that I couldn't see anything. And now there's a waiting list in 5th grade of 154 students. You'll see in the next year, in the 6th grade, for right now, 77 parents still applied for 6th grade. They would be added to the waiting list because they'd go behind those that transitioned from 5th into 6th grade. So they would be on the bottom of the waiting list, and that waiting list goes up. So if you see a number and you go, Tim, how does that work? That's what happens, is those students continue to move through the ranks until such time as they're either accepted into the program or they drop off the waiting list. And then for 9th, 10th, and 11th grade, everyone who applied was accepted into the program.
Dr. Hanson, when will your staff be looking at, I brought up as trustee, the talk about having a certain amount of seats dedicated to that school area around the old Hyatt School? And how will that go into what Mr. Walker's presenting?
Yeah, again, Dr. Hanson and I have had conversation about that. We'd be happy to get direction from the board as to a desire to accommodate the previous attendance area to what was formerly known as Hyatt. There is no attendance area for the STEM Academy. It's district-wide, so it doesn't serve a population that have residents within the. So we would either have to do one of two things: go back to the previous boundaries of the Hyatt school, take into consideration that it didn't serve just the immediate area, but it also had a large influx of students from a particular area outside of that resident area, or bring forward through facilities in my office a new boundary that would be appropriate for addressing that issue for your consideration.
Well, since the board cannot talk about their desire because it's not agendized, I would recommend...
I'm giving a theoretical
I understand.
scenario, but I'd be happy to bring something back.
I'm giving you a presidential request then that you bring this forward for the board to discuss. I think it's important to property values to those people that live in that area, and we need to respect them.
Be happy to get together with Dr. Hanson and put it on a future agenda.
Okay.
Any other questions about STEM? Okay, and globally, if you look at the enrollment versus the inter-district transfer comparison, this is where during some difficult times, this actually assisted us as a district who continues to be in declining enrollment. You can see back in the 10-11 school year, we had an overall number of 40,677 for our enrollment, and as we continued to get that black dot, 1345 that year, 1630 the following year, 1813, then 1946, and 1887 last year. We're at 1469 this year. Those are new students coming into our district or staying in our district. Take that in comparison to the 600-something that I showed you we're leaving. That's a plus to us. When I first came here 7 years ago, we were actually about even. I think the number was around 20. If you look now, taking that 600 into consideration for this particular year, we're close to 900 students to the positive. So that was the goal. Over the last 3 years, we've been 1,000 to the positive, which has allowed us to make it through some difficult times for declining enrollment.
Very good.
Okay, and with that, that's the last slide I have. I'll be happy to take any other questions that the board may have.
Any questions? I have a question. I'd like to, it's been my experience that in education in particular, there are certain things that get established and then just stay because they stay. We've been doing it that way, so that's why we do it. Defend for me, if you can, why we have a dual boundary for Arlington and King. I can probably guess why it was done when it first opened, but that's been 15 years. Why? And what I see at Arlington is we're under-enrolled at Arlington for the space, where everything else we're jammed. So explain to me why we have this dual boundary.
Well, much like a request to identify a particular attendance area for a specialty school, at one point in time, historically, there was a portion of the area where they couldn't really identify which school would have those boundaries, and the board at that time determined that that would be a boundary that the parents would have the availability to apply to either school. Again, it would be a school of residence. So if you applied to go to King, you would go to King. If you applied to go to Arlington, you would go to Arlington. Once you made your choice, even though you lived in the dual boundary area, you would have to apply for a transfer after that if you changed your mind. So that was a decision of the board at that point in time. Justifying something, you're right, this is a historical issue, but it was an action of the board. This board can certainly take into consideration what past practice has been and give us direction to bring back for your consideration anything you would like in regard to boundaries. We've changed boundaries in the past, as you know, in order to accommodate certain areas of the Riverside geographical areas.
Mrs. Allaby is the dean of the board. Now, when's the last time you can recall a boundary discussion?
It was before my time.
Yeah. Dr. Hanson, again, the board can't nod, or they could probably throw something at me or maybe revoke, but I'd like you to find out through your abilities to talk to all of us without us breaking the Brown Act. Boundaries are an important empirical part of the role we play as trustees and we serve. I think it's negligent for probably 12 years at least. She's been on the board 10, going on 11, that we have even discussed boundaries. And I know it's a third rail to some, but we get elected for this, for the tough part of things. And I will tell you, I know that the school that I is in my trustee area in the middle, Arlington is well underpopulated, where we're burgeoning at the seams at others. And we need to take a look at this. Is it equitable for Arlington and these other schools, particularly these? You have another one's a tri-area for some
middle schools.
Some middle schools. So, and there's changing population and growth and that sort of thing. So I would like you and Dr. Hanson to discuss that and come back to me when we meet and then to the board about perhaps agendizing that, if there's a desire, Dr. Hanson.
We'll be happy to certainly get your information and bring it, and Dr. Hanson can work in agenda planning with.
Let's find out when the last time. I know that
recommendations.
Dr. Lewis is involved in a lot of that, so let's find out when it was. I think we've had a whole generation pass through our system with the same boundaries. Maybe it's time to relook. Maybe it's not. If there are no further questions for Mr. Walker, I'm going to propose that before we go into the mighty work of STEM, that we take a 10-minute break, but I'll do so, I'll grant that, if someone will, so I can stay on the rules, if someone will give me a motion that we will continue the meeting for an extra 30 minutes to 9:30. That was an enthusiastic I move.
I'm cold too.
Oh, you guys cold? Really?
It's freezing in here. Only some of us are cold. I second that.
Okay, we're going to break for 10 minutes. Dr. Kirk, do you think you can check on the heating? Did we pay the bill? All right, 10 minutes.
It is freezing.
It is.
We can push all of our chairs.
It's hard.
Good idea. I wish I'd brought your mittens that you gave me last year.
Freezing.
She did. Look at that.
That's right. Yeah. Oh, but that's for
All right, now that we've gotten over the thermal problems, we're going to move on to Section 8, Action, Further Configuration of the Riverside STEM Academy. This will be a action item. This is we heard some of this earlier in our last meeting, so Assistant Superintendent Kirk Lewis, welcome.
Mr. Hunt, Dr. Hanson, members of the board, first of all, I'd like to make the recommendation that this item be pulled from the agenda for two primary reasons. One is we've had some very positive conversations with UCR. In fact, last week, district staff met with Associate Vice Chancellor Jeff Kaplan. He's with their Capital Asset Strategies Department, and we actually met out in the parking lot, which is the primary consideration for location of STEM facilities for Riverside Unified School District. We had some beginning conversations about available acreage, which looked very promising. We discussed some initial concepts about land lease, and obviously we need to do our due diligence and look at instructional programming for exactly what our needs are for that program. The other issue is secondary, but we need to resume our feasibility study or conceptual planning, which we can do, and then at that time or as our conversations and deliberations with UCR come to fruition, we can come back to the board with a very firm recommendation.
All right, we'll pull that. I asked Dr. Hanson to check with our board. As just to announce, we're not going to have committees this year. We're going to try that so we can hear as a board of a whole. But we will have appointed committees with a sunset to work on specific projects. And so the chair is going to ask Mrs. Allaby and Mrs. Locke-Dawson to work with you. Mrs. Locke-Dawson will chair whatever their little committee is, because that is her trustee area. Is that fine with you, two trustees? And please include them as much as possible and where you need them for a board member to be there, so you know you have a close to the majority if you can. Thank you. Mrs. Allaby has a question for you, though.
No, I was just going to move that this item be pulled.
Okay. Is that, Mr. Walker, do we need to move to have it pulled? No, all right, so the item is pulled. I don't think we have to, I'm hauling on our parliamentarian. Okay. If we want to pull it, we have to take action. Okay.
Okay, take it back.
Did I mention that Mr. Walker is our new parliamentarian? All right. So, we're going to go on to Mr. Walker is going to be talking to us about Policy 1312.3, Uniform Complaint. This is our first reading. That does not prohibit the board. If the board feels they're satisfied with what they have, I'll take a motion, and we'll see where it goes from there. Go ahead.
Mr. President and Superintendent Hanson, members of the board, this item tonight is on uniform complaint first read. It's a board policy that's before you for review. Actually, I'm asking you not to take action on this tonight. Dr. McGuire brought to my attention that at a recent presentation of couple of laws have been passed that have new protected classes. They will go into effect January the 1st, so this is your first read. Please take it into consideration. We're going to add just those 4 protected classes into the language. We'll bring it back to you for a second read in January or February, and we'll ask for your consideration at that point in time.
Well, that's okay. So you're pulling.
I'm not pulling it. This is your first read, and I'll bring it back as a second read with those new items added to it.
All right, then take us through it.
This next one is the non-discrimination harassment update. It is before you for consideration. It is pretty self-explanatory. If there's any questions, I'll have Dr. McGuire come up and answer them for you. He's worked on this diligently. It is in alignment. It's before you because there are new changes that have to be done. They're all inclusive at this point in time. It's for your consideration, should you so choose to do so.
Do any of these addressed the LGBT questions and challenges that are new to California K-12?
Yes, they do.
The one that you're being considered right now does address LBGT.
That's the non-discrimination harassment reading?
Non-discrimination
Could you
harassment.
point out for the board and for this member exactly that page?
If you look at number 1, it's addressed towards the end of that sentence. No discrimination for sex, sexual orientation.
What page are we on, sir?
I'm sorry.
154.
I don't have page numbers
We're
on
on
my
page 154.
150?
154.
Okay, thank you.
So, number 1, where sex discrimination has been marked out, it gives the general protected classes under federal and state law. And towards the end of that very long sentence, it says the protected class of sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression or association with a person or group of one or more of these actual perceived characteristics. And again, that's straight from federal law, state law, and Department of Justice rulings. That's the specific area. We had a similar action last month where we did a general one that has to do with non-discrimination. System-wide, this is specific towards students tonight.
Would you take a question from Trustee Lee, please?
Sorry, I don't have a question. I was just going to make a motion for approval if there was no further questions.
Okay, I'll wait for any other questions.
It's a first reading.
It's a first reading.
But we can.
Well,
It's not going to change.
but do you need, if we were to do that tonight, what about the items you need to add? Oh, that's in the first one. All right. This one's okay. So I have a motion for approval on the first reading. Do I have a second? We have Trustee Locke Dawson has a second. There's no other questions? All right, so please vote. Thank you, gentlemen, for
Thank you for your consideration.
Work. Right. Tim, just a question. Tim, is there anything we do as an operation, an operation of a company, the way we run our campuses, our configurations, our restrooms, is there anything where we are edging onto discrimination of the LGBT community?
No, I don't believe so. And with transgender situations, the laws are very clear that they can choose the restroom that they would like to attend. We are accommodating that as well. So we are certainly knowledgeable of, and we are expressing out to the sites the rights of the groups identified, and we are putting in place practices that will provide for them at the schools.
Okay, so this is a grocery store question. Let me make sure I got this right. So we have a young male that identifies as a female.
Yes.
He can use the female restroom.
Yes.
What do we do about the young females that are already in there?
The issue is one where the rights go to the student identifying with that sex. They must come to us, and we must be aware, as very limited number of staff. We must support and guide them. We have not had situations, but we have had students here who are of both sexes identifying with the other who use restrooms. There are no instances where there are allegations or interactions that would be considered to be inappropriate.
I'm going to be the incredulous parent and ask then, you mean to tell me that this LGBT person has more rights than my daughter does?
Protected classes, much
class.
like what I'm primarily responsible for with special education, the answer to that would be yes, that on special education, students have rights based on situations where in the past they were discriminated against, so they are protected to ensure that their abilities to receive an education are inherent to the system.
No, there haven't been any problems. You can envision there could be problems.
One could play out scenarios of all different sorts, so I can only express to you that there have been no issues that have been brought up based on any of the students who have self-identified.
And when you talk to your peers around the state, is that pretty much the general consensus?
That's pretty much the issue here with students who are transgender.
And so there's not been any discussion with facilities about future planning that we would add a unisex restrooms, that sort of thing?
We actually can offer the students to use private restrooms, restrooms in the nurses' station. We cannot enforce their use of such restrooms.
All right. Thank you, sir.
You're more than
Appreciate
welcome.
taking the question. All right, we'll move to the H4. This is from Chief Academic Officer and regarding school-sponsored out-of-state, out-of-country field trips. First reading. Again, it does not prohibit the board if they want to make a decision on it tonight.
Board President Hunt, Dr. Hanson, esteemed board members, we're looking at board policy on field trips. We also will be looking at a requested audit that we did with out-of-state and out-of-country field trips, and you will be looking at the new forms that we put into place for our field trips.
So that's 158 through 171.
And I was just about to say the board policy revision is on page 159.
All right.
And you'll see the red area on 1B, and that is where the changes are for the policy. Essentially saying that any overnight field trip will be require approval from our superintendent or his designee. And then the other change is that just that all of the trips that are taken either out of state or out of country require prior approval of the Board of Education.
Okay, are there any questions from the board on this?
That language, Ms. Carmody, it came out of the audit, right? It was recommended
Correct.
in the audit, yeah.
If you'd like, we can go into the audit just to.
No, I read it. I just was confirming that that was the case.
It was a recommendation from the audit, correct?
Okay, thank you.
Let's talk about the audit. Ms. Kadish, do you want to tell us about publicly exposed the audit?
Sure.
Who did it? What was their findings?
So our staff and business services, mainly led by Sandy Meekin, had engaged the work of the audit with Veteran Trinan Day, VTG audit firm, and they went through the school year of 13-14 and 14-15 and all the field trips that were conducted throughout the whole district. The summary of the audit at the end, every field trip is listed in the report, but I'm just going to go over the summary. For 13-14, there was 4 trips that the fiscal impact was not previously reported to the board.
How many, I'm sorry, would you say?
4.
4.
And then in 14-15, there was 6 trips, fiscal impact not previously reported to the board. 1 trip, fiscal impact reported. Okay, so it's on page 169 of your booklet. 1 trip, the fiscal impact reported to the board was $3,000. The actual cost was $6,095. So in total, and in 2015-16 is where this issue came up, and we started to implement a new process. And so there was 3 trips that were presented to you with the fiscal impact ahead of time. So in total, we are looking at about $29,000 to $30,000 that were not reported to the board over the period of the 2 years. And with that in mind, we actually updated the field trip out of state, out of country application that is going to be monitored by our Ed Services team, mainly under the direction of Daryl Hansen, and it's on your page 170. So in that application, we made sure that we actually highlighted the area that is district funds that not to be used for students, to guide them into seeing it different and acknowledging that they can't use those funds, and also thought of all of the areas that could be an expense, so that way they can take it in consideration when they're running the budget for that field trip. So we got good feedback from principals on that, and it's already in progress right now for this year.
Any questions? If there is request, or where do these monies, I know we're going to pay for substitute teacher, we're going to pay, so what funds do they come out of?
So the funds for chaperones or any staff or anything that doesn't have to do with the students are going to go out of, they'll be recommended to you with the fiscal impact, and it'll go out of either site budget or district budget, depending on what the actual trip is for, because you had given us direction that if it is a competition that we don't usually reach that level on a regular basis, it should be the district responsibility to pay for that versus the site, because we don't want to penalize a site to be spending their money if they've actually accomplished something that is unique for our district. So we're going to be working on district level and site level.
So are you including in here that a policy will be that if our young people and their teacher get accepted to an out-of-state, out-of-country competition, that the representative, which is required under law, be paid for by the district? Is that what you're...
We will work with the administrative regulation on that. It doesn't really necessarily need to be in the policy. The policy is an umbrella, and then the regulation will dictate to them where...
I just don't want inequity. I don't want
right.
one to feel they can ask, and a new principal doesn't know they can ask. And
we'll develop a criteria and share it consistently across the district.
Is the board's pleasure to move this to second reading or to take action tonight?
I'm fine with personally. I'm fine with taking action. I'm happy to make a motion to approve this. It seems like a pretty straightforward, simple change, but with some background information that's been provided. And then it looks like it's been almost 20 years since we've adopted and looked at this policy. So not a lot has changed, but I think this issue has popped up a few times. So I think it's important to address. And with this one sentence, it seems like we can take care of the concerns that we've all had as a board. So I move to approve.
Thank you, Trustee. I have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Mrs. Alavi, Trustee Alavi gives a second. Any other comments, questions? None. Hearing none. Move to vote. All right, that is approved on a unanimous vote. Thank you for your work, ladies. Dr. Hanson. Okay, we will move on to second reading on the utilization of energy rebates. We had this last time. They had a few changes added. Dr. Kirk Lewis, talk to us about that, please.
Yes, so on page 173, we made 3 adjustments. I hope I captured the board's interest. The first one was to not have rebate funds exclusively earmarked for additional energy efficiency projects, but to be primarily used but not exclusively earmarked. The second one is that rebate funds may be used for energy conservation related instructional programs, not just efficiency projects. And the final one, in the event of a fiscal crisis, that rebate funds could be used to address those issues.
Trustee Alavi.
I move for approval of the utilization of energy rebates.
Which I feel then you're happy with the changes.
I am. I think
All right.
you addressed all my issues.
Thank you, Trustee Alavi. I have a motion. Do I hear a second?
A second.
A second from Trustee Locke Dawson. Please vote.
Thank you.
Locke Dawson.
You didn't.
Mrs. Dawson, did you vote?
Yeah, I did. Okay.
Let's see what happens. There we go. All right. That's approved. Thank you, Dr. Lewis, for your work on that. All right. From our CBO, we have the first interim report. Again, this is just a report. We can move on if we want, but that will be up to you. Please go ahead.
You can move on. I'm sorry, I didn't.
I'm sorry. We can either, we can vote on it for first, even though it's first, but go ahead.
So our first interim report, good evening, because I didn't say good evening actually before, so good evening. Our first interim report is an update of the budget, really. So the last time you've seen the budget for 2015-16 was back in June when you adopted it. Since then, we've closed our books, and that process gives a lot of changes to the budget, such as carryover of restricted funds, ending fund balance that could change, that changes the beginning fund balance for this year, and so on. So that's the reason why we bring this report for you now for an updated budget. I also wanted to mention that the budget is a living document, so it's going to change periodically, but by law we really have to bring it to you at a minimum of 2 times, and so that's what we're doing to update you on the changes. The first page of the presentation, which is in your booklet at page 298, is the changes to the income for 2015-16. And before I actually dive into
298 or 198?
298.
Okay.
I wanted to make sure that I mention and appreciate our staff in business services, Sandy Meekin, Dahlia, and a lot of the staff there that we don't see on a regular basis have done a lot of work to come up with this product. And so in our LCFF sources, really the change is just due downward to an additional decline in enrollment, decline in COLA, and a decline in the gap funding for LCFF since the budget. So the COLA went down from 1.53 to 1.02.
Just 1 minute, Ms. Kate. Is the AV ready to put this up on the screen, or do we have it?
Can we have the presentation on the screen?
Hello.
I did.
It's not.
Good catch, because I'm like going off of.
I want to move forward without the public being able to.
Yes.
Might have a game on.
I did check on this actually before this. So he's.
Dahlia and Mrs. Meekins, thank you for your work on it.
I was planning on finishing it. Tell him he's going to pay for that, because I did ask in the beginning of the meeting. He's going to pay for it. I just don't know how yet, but he will.
Persian.
So we can talk a little bit about the changes in general. When a carryover happens from a prior year, it could end up in two different ways in the new year's budget. If it's Title I, Title II, or any of the federal programs, you really can't book it as a fund balance. You have to book it as a new revenue. So it changes the revenue for this year for federal programs, so you'll see some of the changes there. And if it's any state or local grants, that could actually be carried over as a fund balance, and so it increases the fund balance. So if you remember, the budget was supposed to have an ending fund balance for this year of about $75 million, and because we carried over more dollars, we are going to have we had an ending fund balance of $90 million, which now we're starting the year with a higher balance. So the majority of what we're going to talk about is how we're going to allocate those dollars back into revenues and expenditures, and give you the new numbers and what effect will it have on the budget. There is an area, and again, as we're waiting for the presentation for the audience, because I know you have the presentation in front of you, but we can talk a little bit about some of the expenditure changes. There was some of the expenditures for facilities that were part of the LCAP process. For example, if you remember, you budgeted some portables for class size reduction to make sure that program continues in the direction of where you're going down to 24:1. And we actually moved those expenditure to facilities dollars that are more restrictive for that purpose and released some of the dollars in general fund. We also did that with the chiller for Poly and found other facilities dollars for that. And so there's a change in the 6,000 object code, which is the capital projects, that is in the range of $11.2 million that you will see also as we move forward.
All right, yeah, we're having a little, go ahead.
Okay.
They'll get to it.
So, and I'll walk through the numbers just for the benefit of the audience. Federal programs, LCFF dollars we talked about went down from $342 million to $340 million just due to
What page?
Page 298. We're still on that same page. And it's due to the COLA changes downwards, the gap changes down, the gap for the local control funding formula going down from 53% to 51%. And then our decline in enrollment, we projected 170 and we're actually 170 in addition to that. So we had to adjust the numbers. Federal programs changes in revenue is mostly deferred revenue that I talked about earlier, which is a carryover from prior year that we have to book again as federal revenue, and we have to spend the dollars for that. And in state revenue, there was few grants that we received, such as the teacher effectiveness grant is one of them. In the local revenue, we're also part of some of the one-time dollars. Actually, in the local revenue, if I can refer to Dahlia, do you remember what the local revenue? The Gates grant came under the local revenue, which is for personalized learning.
Mays?
Yes.
Excuse me. This is a really silly question, but just out of curiosity, the federal revenue, they're on a different
Fiscal cycle.
fiscal calendar. So when is that? When does the year start for them? When does that carryover have to become new funds? In October or in July?
We have time to spend last year revenue, to spend it all the way up to September, and it won't be considered a carryover. But if we actually carried it over after September 30th, it's considered.
So it's on their calendar then. That just makes it even more complicated.
Yeah, it makes it a little bit more complicated. Thank you. So the next item is a graph that just demonstrates that our LCFF dollars are the biggest pot of money, which is similar to what general fund dollars were. And the next item is expenditures, and the changes for expenditures, because there are a lot more categories than revenue. We kind of try to put it in explanations in the next few slides. So if you can go to slide number 301, and you might refer to it back and forth. But for salaries and benefits, remember the two grants that we talked about that from federal and state that, from state actually mainly, 2.9 Gates Foundation that went into local funds and 2.9 educator effectiveness that went into state. We actually have to book those expenditures in this year. We have time to spend them, but we book them as long as we book the revenue, so that way it doesn't overstate the fund balance. In supplies and instructional materials, we had a carryover that now we have to book back into those areas, and we actually use the principal's recommendation on where they want them, or if it's a department carryover, the department recommendation on where that goes. And same with services. And the capital outlay is what I explained earlier, as far as moving facilities projects to facilities funds. Yay. Okay, you don't have to pay as much. Then we are on page 302, which was the graph just demonstrating that we spend majority of our dollars on people, and we are in the business of people. Our biggest resource to serve our students are our staff within the district, administrators, classified and certificated. Fund balance is really where we want to spend a little bit of time, just to give you an idea that we started the year with a $90 million approximately fund balance, with an updated income number and updated expenditures. Now we're ending with $85 million. It's happening on its own. Thank you. So on slide 303, the bottom part of it talks about the different categories of the fund balance. So we made, in the following slides, a detail for each one of those categories. So if we go to the next one, non-spendables are really the cash, revolving cash fund that we have on hand in the event we have any errors that we have to rectify immediately and not have to wait for the county to issue a check. And then stores and the inventory in the stores. The restricted funds are dollars in the redevelopment fund, which is mainly for facilities, but it is in the 06 part of the general fund, so it shows up here as restricted.
Now, with the change into the law on redevelopment, we're not restricted anymore, though. As it used to be area X, you had to spend it in area X. It was generated in area X. We're not under that restriction anymore, is that correct?
We're restricted to spend it for facilities.
But it's not geographically
right. No.
restricted anymore like it was in the old days. Okay, thank you.
Majority of those contracts have been re-amended. The area of the committed fund balance is where we want to just kind of spend a little bit of time saying that it's a new way of doing business with the fund balance, because there's two reasons. One is the LCAP and the new budget trailer have dictated a new requirement for the budget reserve. It has not gone into effect, and there's a possibility that it won't go for next year, but we're putting some steps in place to make us ready in the event that happens. And so
Am I in the right place? Yeah. So part of what we need to do as a board, we need to commit our dollars in certain categories and display that for the public in a spirit of transparency of what we're going to have as far as the fund balance designations. And so another reason why we want to make sure that we are transparent is for our stakeholders. Stakeholders group within our district is who give feedback about the local control accountability plan, and that's our bargaining units, that's our parents, that's our students. And so by declaring what is our intent of reserving those dollars for, we'll be able to be transparent with all of the stakeholders, and we'll be able to get better feedback from our units. And so mainly I want to highlight that there is an intention to establish a new deferred maintenance program, because during the budget cut years we have stopped contributing to deferred maintenance. There's intention to continue to stay competitive with our staff in general, for administrators classified and certificated, and we would like to reserve some dollars to go to the table and continue to have the discussions under interspace bargaining. And we also have an interest to do reclassification study to see if we continue to be competitive as far as each classification of our positions. And there's some areas that are things that are most likely to happen, but we just haven't been billed for them. For example, we've been audited for STRS, and we owe STRS a little bit of dollars. We put it away until that it gets finalized. And the rest of the dollars that really are going to help us carry through the next 2 years as far as deficit spending. Some of the dollars that we are going to be deficit spending are one-time dollars, whether we're spending on technology or deferred maintenance. So it's good to reserve some of our fund balance to carry us through that deficit spending process. And I saw that you might have a question here. Or
Before I have one, though, Dr. Farouk, Trustee Farouk has one for you.
Okay.
Has there been any consideration for the deficit spending to look into the paying down debt that could provide us more long-term savings for cash flow?
Yes, there's always an opportunity to do that recommendation too. We've looked at it, and because of the competing interest in the LCAP and the unfunded categories, because the long-term debt has been budgeted and it's been taken care of, Cabinet recommended that we have these areas of consideration. So there's always, an opportunity now to redirect staff in different areas if we need to. Again, this is a living document. This is just where we are recommending the commitments, and then we get feedback from the board, and we can update for second interim report accordingly.
My question, Ms. Kish, is, and when I appreciate this, it's of course a new road for our USD. Is this considered in your profession and out there, and you work with the Ron Bennett's of the world, best practices to do it this way?
It is best practices under the LCAP to be transparent of every line item in your budget, to be open about it, to disclose what your intention is. And so, in my opinion, it's best practices. And I know Ron Bennett shares that as much as we can, to be transparent if you have information to actually do the commitments. But if the board hasn't made a decision, or the administration hasn't made a decision, you're allowed to continue to lump it in a one big lump sum, and then until you have some definite answers. But this is our idea, because we already have needs that are identified in the LCAP. It was easy for us to prioritize those needs.
So no disparity to past operations, just that LCAP now really mandates us to move it this way and to be transparent.
The biggest piece about LCAP is local control and transparency with your stakeholders.
Very well. That's great. Thank you for your answer.
So the next category is what we call assigned. And this is because of the interest of the board of discussing and giving some recommendation on the area of initiative funds, which is the cell tower that came up in earlier public meetings. We put it separately so you'll have the actual amount in the event you want to give staff direction in the future. And we also have equipment replacement fund, which we also want to discuss and grow that fund to actually add other equipment, because there's only two categories here: copiers and printers, and trash truck. But we want to enhance it to the base program, for example, projectors,
anything that's base core program in the classroom and enhance that fund to be appropriately funded. So it's just for your information for now, but future discussions for sure to get recommendation from staff. And the other area of unassigned is reserve for economic uncertainties. That's a requirement that is 2% reserve by AB 1200. I think I'm going to hire somebody to do this for me next time. Because I am not doing a good job. The next slide is on page 309, and that is the other funds. And in these funds, again, you've seen them all, and you're very intimately probably familiar with all of them, but there was two areas that came up also in previous meetings, whether it's in a committee or in a public meeting, that we decided to highlight for you, Fund 67 and Fund 73 separately in the next two slides. But of course, you know, review all of the other funds, and if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer regarding any of the other funds. Number 310, page 310, highlights Fund 67. Fund 67 is our, what we call self-insurance funds. And so we have property and liability insurance in there, and it has a projection ending balance of 1.6 million. We have health and medical benefits in there, and it has a projecting ending balance of 3 million. Workers' comp insurance, and that has 8.8 million approximately of an ending balance. And GASB 45, which is other post-employment benefits, and that has 27 million in it. Now, the requirement for that fund, according to our actual report, is 77 million. So we're on the right track to fund it. We want to bring back recommendation to how we can fund it where it grows on its own versus the no interest at the Treasury. So we'll bring you back recommendation after we discuss it with our stakeholders, mainly our bargaining units, just to get their feedback on that. Fund 73 came up in the past, and it came up actually in an earlier item on the agenda, which is an area where we use, there's a specific grants and scholarships for specific schools, but there's also a district level of donations that this is where the coverage for field trips happen from Fund 73. So the balance for the district level is 24,904 left in, projected to be left in that. Multi-year projections is really a repeat of a presentation that you've seen at the unaudited actuals. I just wanted you to just have it for information in the event there's any questions. But it reminds you on page 313, oops, 313, that this is where we will be funded at full implementation of LCFF. And then on the next page, because, and you've heard Dr. Hansen talk about that we are only at 75% of funding under LCFF, so that number is where we're funded now for this year, to 2015-16. And on the next page, it talks about it in dollars, how much should we receive, which is 114 million. No, somebody's doing that now. I'm confusing them, sorry. Thank you. So 114 million is what we received from an amount of 153 million. So you've seen this slide before, but if you'd like me to go over it one more time, I can. No? Okay.
Fine, thank you.
Okay. So the next item is just given a graph, a pie chart of our base is our biggest piece of the LCFF, and then the pieces of the supplemental and concentration grant are also listed. Page 317 is our assumptions, and it just reminds us of the gap funding. We still do 5 years of projections just for information, but really the years on page 318, the years that you should take in consideration that will be submitted with the first interim report, the technical SAC software, is 2015-16 first interim column, 2016-17, and 17-18. That's per the law, per AB 1200. And we will be actually submitting a positive certification recommendation to the County Office of Education.
And I'll open it up for questions.
I have a question from Trustee Lee.
Yeah, I have a question about the deferred maintenance program. I understand that I wasn't part of the Finance Committee, but that during that committee meeting, initially staff had recommended a budget of $10 million of committed funds for that, and it was lowered to $8 million. So I'd just be interested to hear
the rationale.
Why that was decreased and where that $2 million ended up getting allocated.
Okay, so if we go back to that page of committed fund balance, which is on page 306, there was some questions about if we would to allocate more dollars towards the unfunded LCAP priorities, and whether we can actually lower the fund for deferred maintenance to $8 million, knowing that we can always spend the $5 million this year and wait to see that if there is any additional dollars in the January budget from the governor. There is, all of us, by the time we went to the Finance Committee, have heard from the state in different settings that there will be some one-time money. And so it gives us a more comfort level to reduce that dollar amount allocated to priorities that we would spend this year and wait out the second year, the deferred maintenance, and add more dollars for it and bring back a different recommendation in the future. Second interim as early as second interim if the budget is has additional dollars. All of these categories actually are fluid, so anything we put for negotiation aside and we receive a flux of dollars in the January budget, we go back and we discuss it with our stakeholders and bring back a different recommendation to the board.
So what if during that time, between now and then, that Mr. Lee, because of a reason he might have with campuses he deals with or whatever,
Mr. Hunt, I can't hear you very well.
I'm sorry.
Can you speak into the mic?
How would, if a member wanted to, just using the example of the deferred maintenance, if a member said, you know, I really think the bond's going to cover that and we only need 4 in there, and how would he or she request, would that come to Dr. Hanson or myself to put it back on the agenda? So this is just it really is an ongoing conversation, isn't it?
It is an ongoing conversation. I do have a presentation that I can just give as a handout for you to review for future meetings that we can do more discussion about that. So I'll give that to the board about how we arrived at the need. The need is in the $200 million. Speaking to the bond versus deferred maintenance, the bond addresses different things in deferred maintenance. Sometimes it covers it if you're modernizing a school, so you end up doing the carpet and you end up doing the roof and you don't have to use deferred maintenance. But because we know that our first issuance of the bond will be very limited, it's not going to touch all the schools, and our needs are in all the schools, so we have to fund some level. And we don't know what is the right level. We know if that was the only priority, we know what to give you as a recommendation. But because it's not the only priority, there's a lot of competing priorities in the LCAP, we're giving you what we think is reasonable to spend and still keep dollars available for student programs.
I think that the meeting that you and Dr. Hanson had the other day, Mrs. Meekins and Dahlia were there, and then to my fellow board members, they're also inviting our trade union representatives. And I thought, Mrs. Alavi, it was an excellent meeting. It was a lot of exchange and healthy debate, and I feel a little bad that our 3 peers don't have that same kind of setting. So I'll leave it to Dr. Hanson and Ms. Kadish to find a way to get with our 3 colleagues, and perhaps if they want, and to have that same kind of more in depth so they can ask the kind of questions. I don't think we can achieve it tonight much. Just my opinion. How do you feel, Mrs. Alavi? I'm going to call on you.
Well, I think it's up to the other board members. I mean, do they feel like there's unanswered questions at this point about that? I mean, we talked about the deferred maintenance then. We actually, I suggested actually lowering that amount. Because as you recall, I said it seemed like we had an awful lot of money going towards adults, and not enough money going to kids. So I was trying to kind of reach a more equitable arrangement. But if they're not comfortable with it, I think we need to have more discussion.
Well, I asked the question about the deferred maintenance. I'm satisfied with that answer and that thought process. That makes sense. But I do have a follow-up question. So then if we did reallocate that or commit those $2 million to LCAP, so based on the LCAP priorities we have for the year, is the LCAP fully funded for the priorities that we've set for the time that it's been committed for?
No,
way.
way far away from being funded. We need to be fully funded from the LCFF to even be close to full.
I just mean like we have priorities for year 1, year 2, year 3.
Yeah.
So based on the priorities we've made now, we're in our year 3?
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
So-
we have 1 and 2 funded, but not the third.
Okay.
year.
So how far off are we from, based on the priorities that we've set and adopted, from fulfilling that obligation?
I'd like to refer to Mrs. Lynn Carmenday if you have an idea of how far are we from fully funding the LCAP.
I actually don't, because we have some, just like we did in year 1 to year 2, we put some goals in place without the resource allocation, so we have the same issue from 2 to 3. So we can look into what it would look like to be fully funded, but we are not. I don't have the specific amount.
All right. And sorry, just one more question, and maybe this is a dumb question, but if we just created an LCAP plan, why would we create a plan that we can't fund on day 1? I think it's good to set goals, but I mean, if we have timeframes in place, why would we commit ourselves to fulfilling promises we can't keep?
I think it's a philosophy issue and a direction from the board. One of the rationale, one area that I'm aware of as far as rationale is to ensure that our stakeholders know that they've been heard, that there is a category that's a need in the district that needs to be listed as an LCAP priority. As far as budget is based on resources. So every year you have different resources that you get educated on from the state or the federal programs. And so you develop the LCAP plan way ahead of the final answers from the state and the federal programs. So depending on what comes from them, if there's more dollars, you allocate it in the right priorities. And if there's less dollars, you actually start prioritizing even further to what's more important. So it's a process that we go through that is an ongoing, constant process. So when any additional dollars come in January budget for next year, we'll be looking at the LCAP and updating those areas for second interim report. So I don't know if that makes sense. I mean, in my guess, if we were to actually fully fund it, we would be spending the whole $380 million at the minimum.
If I could just interject, Mr. Lee, you remember our LCAP plan was approved by the board last school year. And I remember asking the same question and being told, because we're 2 years into the LCAP, that the philosophy of the district and the board was to do just what Ms. Kakish said, to show all of the priorities that we hear from the community, but not necessarily fund all of them because we don't have the money. And so going forward, though, if the direction is to not necessarily, if you can't put a dollar to it, then why put it in the plan? And if we need to change the plan, we'll have a chance to update plans, and the new plan going forward will come back to the board again at the end of this school year. I believe the board adopts it in June, and if we want to make some changes and just put in LCAP those things that have dollars attached to it, we certainly can make adjustments to this plan. This whole process, the budget and the plan, remember, it's fluid every single year. It's fluid, local control.
There is, I just want to mention, there is efficiency to this process this way, because then you don't have to go back to the stakeholders for prioritizing. They already give you their priority. They already prioritize it for you, so it's up to us to just allocate resources at that time. So it's an efficient process. Right now, when we receive any additional revenue in January, we'll be able to go to the LCAP and say, here's our priority, where do we allocate, versus having to engage the whole stakeholder.
And that's correct, and Ron Bennett mentioned that this last week. And for those that did this to their LCAP plans, if we get more one-time money, he shared with us, there's really no reason for you to go out and look. It's in the LCAP. So you put it towards that funding. If we didn't have that, then these additional dollars indeed would require us to go back out into the community and have all of those meetings to find out what are the new priorities going to be.
I think my question was more specific, and if I didn't articulate that, I apologize. But I know, like in the LCAP plan, we said we're going to hire 20 counselors by this year. We're going to have this much money funded to the bands, this much money funded to sports. We're going to hire activities directors this time. So those specific actions where we said we are going to allocate resources to fulfill a need that the community has identified, that is kind of the number I'm looking at.
Those,
if we
those
have
are
that
funded, to my knowledge, yes.
That's
I mean,
more what I'm looking at. I
right.
understand we have goals, and I don't want to
Yeah.
lower our threshold because we don't have the money. And then, you know, if we have a goal of every child learns how to read by third grade, obviously that you could throw $1 billion at that and maybe not accomplish that within a certain time frame. But I think more specifically, if we've allocated specific resources at specific school sites or specific programs, that there is money to fund those.
So I would say yes, and to the very specific detailed amounts that are noted in the LCAP, but when you have something such as an expansion of elementary assistant principals, we don't have for the third year how many, because we have looked at what allocations we have at the end of the year and said how many can we fund. But if we don't have it in the LCAP, just my recommendation as staff is if we don't have it in, then we might lose sight of that as a priority. So I recommend to keep it in.
But again, let me just add, if I can, too, so you have this one-time fund balance, identify where to put stuff. So instead of looking towards an ongoing assistant principal, we look at things like, can we get closer to fulfilling that plan on a VAPA plan? Can you get closer to doing something with CTE? Can we go deeper into the Heritage Program, looking at programs versus people? And that's what staff has done, and that's where staff brings this recommendation to you that we talked about.
All right. Please continue.
That was my, I'm just at the question phase, so I'll entertain any more
All right.
questions.
So you're looking for a motion from us, Dr. Hanson, to approve this point and approve this general fund summary is what we're actually approving, I would say.
The first interim report, correct.
The first interim, and this is fungible. We can come, a board member at any time can come back and ask questions and have it readdressed.
As May's talked about, this is a very fluid process, and we make changes between now and second interim. We just update the second interim report. Yes, it's very fluid.
I love the transparency. I want to be sure. I want to be sure that if the public said, if we were Norco, and the public said that they wanted equine programs, and we listed it, but we don't put any money towards it, to me that's disingenuous. Well, I understand we're listing it because it's one of our goals, but I hope we're being transparent of, I don't want to put up programs and people say, how's that going? And then I say, well, we never did fund it.
Mm-hmm. So there is some areas where we don't have funds, for example, facilities learning environment, and we didn't fund it because our plan was to go out for local resources and we're pursuing a bond. So there's areas that we can fund in a different way that might not be just LCAP dollars. And that happens in a lot of different areas too. So, but it's actually transparent for us to include it in our plan, so that way we can tell the state the plan as a whole.
I hear you, Mr. Hunt.
And changes as they happen like that, Dr. Hanson, perhaps you include those in your updates.
We'll
I'd like
do
to
that.
call on Trustee Alavi.
I move for approval of the first interim report.
Thank you, Mrs. Alavi. Do I have a second to Trustee Alavi's motion? Dr. Farouk, we have a second. Hearing no more discussion, please vote. Thank you, Ms. Kadish, and your staff for the hard work that you've done to here. All right, move on to our next item.
Okay, I'm on page, I believe it's me.
Yes, sir, I believe it's you.
320, if you want to look in your packet, but because of the size of our district, we are able to appoint 2 CSBA delegate representatives to the Assembly. Last board meeting, you will recall that we appointed Mr. Brent Lee to fulfill the vacancy because of the retirement of Gail Cloud. Well, Tom's vacancy comes to an end in the 1st of March, and to get ready for that, it's for your approval this evening to appoint our second delegate, whether it's Mr. Hunt to continue or some other board member. But I respectfully ask that you will nominate and then appoint our second delegate for CSBA Assembly.
Thank you, Dr. Hanson. Do we have any nominations? Oh, hi, Mrs. Alavi. Thank you. Trustee Alavi.
I'd like to move that I would like to nominate Mrs. Locke Dawson.
Mrs. Locke Dawson, would you accept?
I would accept. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm okay. I've been doing it for 8 years. I think it's give me a break.
I would be honored. Thank you.
All right. Do we have a second to that? Dr. Farouk? All right. Hearing no other motions, we please vote. All right, that's voted. Congratulations, Ms. Locke Dawson. You'll enjoy country folks' lunches and dinners. Subcommittee reports, Dr. Hanson and CBO.
On the next item, page 325 in your packet, just a reminder briefly to tell the story. Last year, staff brought to the board to consider the restructuring of our board meetings to have one study session a month, if you will, and then a general session once a month. And at that time, the whole goal was to have, if one board member hears it, all 5 hear it, and we wanted to have more information out there. But we decided to continue the subcommittees for another year just to see how this new system goes. And I know that we've talked a lot about that throughout this last year. Staff continues to work hard to take a look at those study sessions and workshops to make sure we're getting the right information in front of you. And if you actually look on page 326, you'll see what we have done this year to even become more organized. If you see the green, June through December, and then the second row, January through July. Well, the top row below each month are general board meetings such as this, different topics that we have brought to the board. For example, December this month, we had our welcome reception, a report on transfers, parent engagement, first English report, and board policies. The bottom row are the study session topics that we've had throughout this year, and you can see there's recommendations even as we move from January to June. And on the top right of page 326 are just ideas for other topics. And what has happened in this last year, it worked well, we'll continue to do that, but if the board members has ideas for second or additional topics to discuss, certainly give those to myself or give those to now President Hunt, and then we'll discuss it in our weekly meetings that we have together. But and something else to consider is I would recommend that from January to July this year, we leave open the possibility to schedule 2 to 3 additional workshops if we need to, if all the topics aren't getting done. But again, the whole philosophy is if one board member or 2 hear it, for example, an operational subcommittee, all 5 hear it. And I believe that in staff, we can do this and accomplish this in our study sessions or in these board meetings. And so I'd like to ask the staff to respectfully make a decision tonight or create action, if you will, to approve the discontinuance of the current board subcommittees. And if we have a subcommittee we need to study, we'll identify the topic, but there should become an ending date to that subcommittee. And I believe that if we create a new subcommittee, it should be because of the majority of the board suggests that we create a new board subcommittee, clearly with an ending date when that comes. And so that's this item for you to discuss and to take action on this evening.
All right. We did appoint a committee of Mrs. Alavey and Mrs. Locke Dawson to pay close attention to STEM and work with that staff. And they should, I think, in June, report to us by then with the ending.
I see that as a discrete committee that has an ending, an end point. We've done this before. We had a set series of meetings. I wouldn't imagine it'd be more than 3 or 4, and then we're done.
Yep.
And bring it back, and I'm sure we'll work with Dr. Lewis on that. That's in your intent, too. So Mrs. Alavey and I are very goal-oriented, so we will get you what you need by the end.
Then will you give me a motion? Oh, Mr. Lee, I'm sorry. Trustee Lee?
I was just going to comment. I'm prepared to support a motion once it's made. I know I've shared this with you, Dr. Hanson, but I know from my subcommittee meeting with Mrs. Cloud, instruction was always a really rich conversation and debate, and I have not seen that yet at one of our study sessions. So I know that we have made it a goal at these study sessions to somehow incite that debate and discussion and idea sharing, but for whatever reason we haven't been able to accomplish that yet. So I do have some concerns about getting rid of the subcommittee meetings only because of the thought of losing that discussion. However, I believe your philosophy that if one of us hears it, we should all hear it too. So I will support it, but just with that cautionary note. And that I think if I feel that we aren't able to accomplish that, and as this goes along, I would ask it to be agendized again to rediscuss it and possibly bring it back.
Thank you.
I think what he's saying is we'll give you grace for the first 120 days or so, and then let's see how it goes. Yes, Trustee Farouk, please.
I motion to approve the discontinuance of the current board subcommittees.
If you could hold that motion just for a moment, I have a comment from...
No, I was going to motion it.
Okay,
So I'll
then
second.
you'll second
Dr.
it. Now I have a
King's.
motion and a second. Are there any other comments? Hearing none, please vote. David, I do have one question. Is on your... I don't see much. I assume you're going to do this, these additionals. We're talking about a bond. That's one of our... And we're, in these first 6 months, I don't see anything on a study session on the bond.
You and I will have a chance to sit down as
Oh.
early as tomorrow to plan these out. Again, this is tentative. But if just to go back...
Look how eager I am, Mrs. Alavi, to get it done.
If you look at January, actually, in our normal board meeting, the preliminary master plan, that's where we're certainly going to be talking about the bond. And then, of course, in February, we come right back with the final facilities master plan. And so we will do that. And again, as I mentioned, if we don't feel like we're getting everything accomplished, we can certainly call for a special workshop and discuss topics such as a communications plan or such as a bond, those kind of things. And my goal and my hope would be that between now and June, we schedule three special workshops, maybe one in January, one in March, and one in May. And then in July, perhaps like this last year, we're back at CBU and we're recapping the whole year and setting priorities for the next year to start off. So that would be the hope, that a lot of that good work can happen in workshops and the study sessions.
Good input, Dr. Hanson. Trustee Alavi.
I'm really concerned about the bond. I guess I'm the only one who feels like we're already late on this and that we should have made a committee. We should have chairs on this committee. They should already be fundraising. They should already be out in the community speaking. And I want to get going on it, and I don't want to wait till February to do it. So I don't know if we need to call a special meeting or whether we can handle this in a January study session. But does anyone else feel a little nervous about this?
Yes, I do.
Yes, thank you.
I share Mrs. Alavi's concern about financing our campaign and
Yes.
getting community support and, kind of selling the bond to the community. And, who are we going to have influential members of the community that are able to bring this in? So I think it's going to be done sooner than later.
Dr. Farouk, you had a question? Trustee?
Yeah, I just want to echo Trustee Alavi's sentiments, because I think sometimes, especially when we're dealing with external stakeholders, that it takes more time to coalesce. And so I definitely think we need to expand the sense of urgency on this matter.
When do we go on break? When do all of y'all go on break for Christmas?
Our last day of kids in school is Friday the 18th, so it's a week from this Friday. We do have a couple things in place, and I know that we've talked about this before, if I can just keep talking. So we start the educational campaign, and I've already started with some of the executive cabinet members having the one-on-one outreach to our city manager, to the mayor, to the city council members, to the university presidents. We have this week scheduled our first. We invited over 70 people to come to another educational campaign outreach, if you will. We're going to be given very much the polling data and things that we did in our study session. I believe that happens tomorrow, our meeting with the educational outreach. Is it tomorrow, Dr. Lewis? It's on Monday. Okay, it's a week from today. And then at the same time, we have standing LCAP, or not LCAP, but bond team comes together. And we have a bond team coming together on this Monday, a week from today. And then we also have one on Thursday that comes up. I reached out to Jared Boygan. We've spoken to him. All the things that we shared with you with the support that we've received from our team, we really are on pace. That we're confident that we're not completely behind. I know there's some dynamics and things such as that with the city and some of the things that they're looking at, but we're going to pull the team together next week. We're going to talk about it next week and make sure that we do not get behind, that we have a sense of urgency in here, and I can assure you to the staff as we do it. It's my top priority as superintendent to make sure that we run a good campaign next year. And so I do believe that we're okay. That decision doesn't need to be made until March. If you decide to do it in June, we have plenty of time. It doesn't need to be made until August if we decide to go and do it in November. It doesn't mean that we can't go ahead and start talking to people and bringing in money and doing those kind of things as a school board. Do you want to add something to that, Mace?
I just want to say that the committee can be established anytime we want to. We just need feedback on the chair, co-chair, and the treasurer, because we can't start that committee without those key people that would be taking on the responsibility of the fundraising. It can't be district staff. So we'll be engaging and getting some feedback about possible interested.
Well, that's the part that I want to move on.
Yeah.
That's the part
Can I
that I'm
wait for
concerned about.
Trustee Farouk, you had to.
I was going to say, I know Trustee Locke Dawson, Hunt, and I are going to be speaking to the chamber tomorrow morning, and I think getting input from key business leaders is going to be a good place to start, and hopefully we can start getting that going in terms of the chair's leadership.
I have a question, perhaps for Mays, or I don't know. Do we have an estimate from the bond team as to what a campaign is going to cost us?
Mm-hmm. Well, for a district our size, a bond our size, it's going to take at least $200,000 campaign committee fundraising.
Okay.
I think Dr. Hanson, and I've sat next to Mrs. Alavi for enough time, I can almost mind meld with her. I think what we're saying is, good job on getting out in front, but you're not bringing your board along with you. We feel left out of the loop. We can't answer the questions of Stater Brothers or the chambers, and you need to catch us up on that, is what I believe we're saying. I don't think we're briefed enough.
I'm just saying, when are we going to, as a board, come together to make these decisions
Right.
about the committee?
Right.
Have we scheduled a meeting with us? No. So when will this take place? And I think March is too late.
I agree.
I don't think we should wait that long. So.
Dr. Hanson and I will meet very soon to talk about scheduling a special meeting that will maybe not happen before the end of this annual year, but I promise you that it will happen early in January then, because we do need to be involved, and that's an awful lot of money to raise. Everybody up here is on some committee that tries to raise money for ballets and all sorts of things, so we know what it's like. And you do need some strong leadership, and you should look to your board for those people. So kudos to all of you, and particularly Dr. Hanson, but you need to catch us up and have us in the process.
Can I ask a question again?
Please.
Just logistically, because I'm a very practical gal. So you said the bond team is meeting next week again, Dr. Hanson. Do they have some recommendations for what a campaign finance team would look like? I mean, I know the basic bones of a treasurer and a chairperson, but how many do they think they need? And because I think we've already talked just between me and Mrs. Alavi about who we thought would be an appropriate chair and that sort of thing. But
So really the committee could be as big as we want or as small as we want, but there's three offices that need to be considered, because those are the ones that will represent the whole committee, which is the chair, co-chair, and the treasurer. And again, one of the things that we would like to do is to have an opportunity to get with our bond core team and get their recommendation and get all of that data ready for you to consider. And that's the piece that we haven't had the chance to do. It's the timing. I know you're nervous. I know I've been through this process twice. I know Dr. Hanson has been through it several times, and several of cabinet members. We are actually in good place as far as where we're at. We're at the time where we're deciding the timing of it. So a lot of the legwork of polling results, getting official statements kind of looked at as far as language, all of that has taken place with your recommendation. Actually, some of the stuff you probably didn't feel like we're getting your feedback, but we have listened to you in the process of getting that done.
I think our specific concern is just that
Is
one
the
issue
committee,
is
yeah.
the committee and the financing.
Yeah.
And so that's what I was
That's not
getting
determined. We'll get some recommendation, and we'll also hear from every board members.
And does it require a board action to appoint that and create that committee?
No, it doesn't
Okay.
require a board action.
That's important, because then that would not
Right.
require
It
us
doesn't.
to notice.
But one of the
and
things
do all
that
sort of
it has been successful in the past and in previous experiences, that we would like to give an opportunity to our stakeholders and our bargaining units to have also a chairperson on there if they would like to. It's really critical to a bond campaign process that the community knows that our teachers are behind it, our staff are behind it, and they're supportive. So we'll engage them in the committee somehow. I'm not sure what role, but that's one thing that we thought about. But it really needs key people in the business community that also tells that the city is behind it, that the chamber is behind it, that all of the service clubs are also supporting it. So we'll be engaging them for feedback. All of that is going to happen very soon, and a recommendation for a special meeting in January would be great to give you feedback.
All right. Anything else for the good? Okay, then that concludes our meeting. I'll pretend like we took another motion to go to 10 o'clock, kind of like we took votes to pay for field trips after they'd already gone somewhere. But so I'm going to go to board member comments and go to Trustee Farouk.
Well, it's my first meeting, so I just want to thank everyone for all of your encouragement and support. It's been really heartening, and I'm very inspired to be prepared and committed to this school district and the students and the community. And so, I do want to start also by acknowledging the incidents, the horrific actions, the violent actions that were taken in San Bernardino. For me, it's a very special place, actually. When I was doing my doctoral studies at USC, I actually did my neighborhood revitalization, my doctoral research centered in San Bernardino, and it was actually a regional effort, but it started in San Bernardino because that was the area most disproportionately impacted. And so I had the pleasure to build a lot of friendships and relationships at the neighborhood level. And I know it's a very resilient community, and I know that they will transcend those circumstances. But thank you to Trustee Hunt for soliciting the input from the students, because sometimes that gets lost in the shuffle, and their strong sentiments and act of solidarity and the efforts that they're doing, the gestures they're doing, shows a awareness about the bigger landscape that their lives as students are operating in, and I think that's really remarkable. For me, it was very special to have my mom and my wife, two most important people, not coincidentally women in my life. And my mom, she's made a lot of sacrifices for me, but what her and I were briefly talking about was she was reminding me how she would take me to these board meetings when I was at Hrupa going to school there. And those meetings would last, 11 midnight. This is a little bit of an exception tonight, but so it was special for her to be there, and my wife, for her, it's knowing that she's not going to be having to attend these meetings with me now that I'm up here. But I know I have some big shoes to fill. Gail has had a tremendous tenure of service. And the things that really stood out to me was her sense of values and her preparation that she would take in all the board meetings. I had a chance to get to know her through Leadership Riverside. We served in the class together. But she's been very gracious and giving me a lot of input, and so I really appreciate that. And Supervisor John Tavaloni, he provided me my first exposure to the community, and if it wasn't for him, honestly, I don't think I would have come back to Riverside after I did my education, serving on his Youth Advisory Council in high school, and every critical juncture of my career since then, he's had some kind of role, whether it's advising or directly impacting a lot of key decisions, and so I was very honored for him to be here to do the swearing-in ceremony. And so I know we're running late, so I'll just leave it at that. I do want to mention that Hanukkah started, so wishing everyone a happy Hanukkah, and just really honored to be with a phenomenal board. I have a lot to learn. I hope I can be an asset as soon as possible for all of you. Being in that conference in San Diego put even more a stark area of focus on just the level of professionalism and dedication that our board has, and a sense of civility amongst each other and camaraderie that I think is is something not to take for granted. And so thank you for giving me the opportunity to work alongside you and learn from you. In terms of agenda items for future meetings, that's a separate topic, or could I mention things now? What's appropriate?
No, it's good. It's your time.
So one thing I would like to propose for a future item is having an annual joint city council and school board meeting. I think there's a variety of topics that there's a mutual interest in, whether it's planning for where the city is going to be anticipating future development and growth to coincide with our future school needs, facility needs, whether it's regarding the bond, and a variety of other issues. So I think that that's something that I've gotten extensive feedback from definitely a majority of the city council members that it seems like there's an interest on that side. So I'd like to recommend that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Farouk. Mrs. Alavi, Trustee Alavi.
Thank you very much, but no comment.
Okay. Clerk Lock Dawson.
Nothing other than to say happy holidays to everybody, and we will see you in the new year. So thanks, everybody, for all your hard work this year. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Lock Dawson. Vice President Lee.
Just a couple quick things. I know we're running late. First, welcome Dr. Farouk up here. Glad to see you up here and not out there now, and look forward to collaborating with you and our board members on continuing to push this district forward. So welcome. Two, in light of the events in San Bernardino and other shootings across this country, in our comments that were shared with the students and being safe, and that's one thing that we're really entrusted with as board members, as administrators, as teachers, is that when students drop them, when parents drop their students at school, that they're going to be safe and that nothing's going to happen. And I know that we do a great job to ensure safety. And when we first got on the board, we made sure fences and gates were put up to make sure that people just can't walk onto campus. And I know that there's no foolproof system, but I know I've walked onto campuses and maybe people recognize me as a board member and they let me through, but I know that things can slip through the cracks. So one way that I was reminded that maybe we can look into, Dr. Hanson, is our SROs on campus. I remember talking to the Police Officers Association a couple of years back, and one of the concerns that they had brought up to me, and I'd be interested to see if it's been addressed, is that their hours coincide with our school day, and a lot of the problems that happen on our campus happen before school and after school. So I would just be interested to hear from Chief Diaz and maybe some of the SROs how they feel that the structure of how our campuses are looked after are appropriate, especially considering some of the new challenges that our campuses are having to face. Two, I'm sure staff gets ready and practices their eye rolls when us board members come home from conferences, so they can hear us all their new ideas that I'm sure you're already working hard on. So I just have one for you, and you can all roll your eyes when I'm done. I attended a workshop that was hosted by Fresno Unified Superintendent and also an Associate Vice Chancellor from UC Merced, and they worked in partnership, and I've talked briefly with Ms. Lynn Carmen-Day and Dr. Hanson, and they're aware of some of the things going on there, but it is phenomenal, the program that they have to measure the performance and the interactions that their students are having. They have spent over $1 million to create this, what they call a data dashboard, that tracks hundreds and hundreds of data points from students' achievement tests, if they've signed up for the SAT, if they've taken the SAT, if they signed up for the ACT, everything. And then they can systematically run queries to find out, has student applied? If they have applied, have they sent in their registration? If they've sent in their registration, have they registered for classes? So no student falls through the cracks. And this program has only been in process for about 3 years, and over 50% of their students, where they started like 5 years ago, I think it was less than 25, are now A through G completed. And at the break, I was talking with Ms. Hill and recognizing her strides through Heritage to get the predominantly our African American students back on track. And she mentioned to me that by hand they're going through these transcripts. There is no reason we should be going through this process by hand. Our staff resources are way, way too valuable. And Fresno has already invested this $1 million expense. And I asked 3 times because I wanted to make sure I heard it correctly, but they will give it away to anybody that wants it. So there's no reason that we shouldn't be talking to them tomorrow to figure out how we can implement that in our district. I realize it won't be zero cost to us because I'm sure there's infrastructure that needs to be put in place and training that needs to be put in place. But if we're going to hire dozens of new counselors, they shouldn't be spending their time highlighting transcripts. They should be sitting face to face and interacting with students to make sure that these students are on track to graduate and not figuring out why they're not graduating. So I would just hope that we can start that conversation tomorrow, because this isn't just some cool idea that I heard at a conference. I'm not going to let it go. So I'm going to continue to make sure that we're following up with them, that it gets done. And looking at the parallels between Fresno and UC Merced and Riverside and UCR, I mean, it's almost exactly the same. In fact, Fresno is probably worse off in terms of poverty than Riverside is. But seeing how we already have MOUs established with UCR and RCC, the groundwork is already set for us. So this would make everyone's life a lot easier and let counselors counsel. So I hope that the board agrees with me and Dr. Hansen agrees with me so that we can instruct staff to get this process rolling yesterday. That's all.
Nobody rolling their eyes? Is everybody okay? You know, it occurs to me, Trustee Lee, that that's an excellent suggestion. We should have put you on this side of the dais a long time ago. That's the most I've heard you talk in the 2 years you've been here. That's an excellent input, and I appreciate it. And it really is about, and I'm not going to go into a lot of detail tonight because we're late, but the board I joined 8 years ago and set up here, there's 100 years difference in the collective ages. Now, there's a two-sided sword, because there's also a lot of institutional knowledge that goes out when new folks come in that don't have that. But let me say this. We're surrounded by institutional knowledge. Our job is about leadership. And I encourage you each over the holidays, if you haven't already, to read No Easy Way by Art Littleworth. And really it's a study in civic leadership and in dual governance. It didn't have the Brown Act, so they had some folks on 3 people on a committee, that sort of thing. But it really was a board engaging his community, getting a vision, and then instructing and supporting their staff in leadership. I want you to each ask yourself in reading this, as I am trying to do, and each of you out there that work for us, and you, Tim, representing the teachers out there, if we were faced with the type of monumental decision that they had before them, in a time in their country different than any other time, as today is different, of integration and prejudice and segregation, would we have the grit to do what they did? Would we be able to go to our community, and would they trust us? Do we have those kind of relationships and open avenues with our community? Do we have a superintendent that has that kind of trust out there, and they will, and the newspapers and all will adhere to him? Are we the kind of folks that would be followed? And if we're not, then let's become. This is not the school board I joined. It is a school board that looks for answers. There is no junior varsity up here. We're all equal. I just represent you as the president, and so my job is just to meet with Dr. Hansen every week and help set the agenda. But read this, because that's who we should be. This is the greatest watermark in Riverside's history, I think, since the founding of what John North did, the way Ron Loveridge kept peace during the Tisha Miller time, and what Art Littleworth and those 4 other board members and Ray Berry and others did. That's what we should strive for, because as Dr. Farouk said, we were struck by, you know, we grouse in our own family about things. When you get out and you go to the CSBA and you meet some of the other districts and school board members, you want to come back and hug everybody, because we are really a fortunate community. We're a very cohesive community. We're an extremely ancient community when it comes to California, and we should use that and that heritage to our advantage. And with that, I wish everyone a happy holiday and look forward to a productive new year. Thank you.